well. So we're going to continue to watch this move through the area here for the next little bit, again, until about 1:45 this afternoon. We're going to continue to see these cells roll through the area. So let me take you back out here and show you, again, this whole system is starting to lose just a little bit of potency back off to the west, but still not a time to let your guard down by any means, because we're going to continue to see these cells roll through the area. Actually, the SPC upgraded our risk in parts of the southern half of the area until later on today, and then through the nighttime hours to a moderate risk. The rest of us still under a slight risk for severe weather. But again, if you're just joining us here, we're going live for our first tornado warnings in the mountains of the day. We had one roll through Pulaski County a few minutes ago. This is the same cell now moving through parts of Menifee County, getting ready to go through parts of Morgan and parts of Wolfe counties. It looks like it'll clip the western and the northwestern half of Morgan County, so to the northwest of West Liberty, right there along 460. And I'll zoom in here a little tighter here in just a second, and the northern parts of Wolfe County. So right there along the Mountain Parkway, we're seeing that cell moving through. Let me take you in just a little closer here, and you see that diving off now to the south and to the east. We're going to continue to monitor this cell here over the next little bit. We got reports out of Clay City a while ago in Pulaski County that this thing was putting down penny-sized hail. So again, that's a definite expectation with this system, and we're possibly going to see some damaging winds out of damaging winds out of this system too. So we'll continue to monitor this here for the next few minutes. Let me take you in here, 460 right now. So if you're right there along the border of Menifee County, going into parts of Morgan County, that's where we're going to start to see some of that heaviest bands of rain coming in. Again, this is a Doppler radar indicated a tornado warning. We do not have any reports at this point of a tornado on the ground. So we're going to continue to monitor this here again for the next little bit with you and stay with you on the air while this is rolling through. So again, those communities right there, you see Woods Bend, Mize, just to the west of West Liberty, Panama, Sellers, that's the areas that should be getting into your safe spot right now, because this is the area that this is moving toward as we go through here into the 1 o'clock hour. Now, northern Wolfe County, don't want to forget about Wolfe County, but most of this cell, I think, will just clip the northern parts of Wolfe County. But again, definitely a situation you don't want to ignore the warning. So back there toward Valeria, Trent, even as far southeast as Sellers, those areas could be seeing a little bit of this system roll through here as we go through the next little bit. But again, a very dangerous system. This has come out of western Kentucky, where all those cells were causing damage. But so far, since it's moved into parts of central Kentucky, again, we had that warning for Fayette and Madison and Jessamine counties earlier. This is the same cell, losing a little bit maybe of its potency in some ways, but still a very dangerous storm. So we're going to continue to watch this for you here over the next few minutes. Let me point out some of these roads here. That's 460 right there, right in the heart of that cell there. You see the darker purple indicating the heavier rain. There's 1693 in Menifee County, again 460 over in Morgan County, 772. Okay, and I'm just being told in my ear we have school closings, the ones that schools are letting out early across the region because of the possibility for weather. Those are at the bottom of your screen now, and some of those letting out here about 1:30 and maybe a little bit later than that. So again, we've got those going. We've got the tornado warning going here, and looking for some additional information. Let's see what we got going on here. From Frenchburg, this is coming from the emergency manager over there. Nickel-sized hail it came through parts of Menifee County. So we're going to continue to see this. Let's see here. A little earlier, Doppler radar indicating this storm moving near Stanton and moving through Menifee County at about 50 miles an hour. So a pretty fast moving storm. So hopefully we can get this out of here at a pretty good clip. But again, a situation where you definitely want to be in your safe spot right now. We're going to continue to track this storm for you. If you're just joining us, let me recap. Tornado warning in effect for the northern portion and the western portion of Morgan County and the northern portion of Wolfe County. So it is north of the city of Campton and right there along the Mountain Parkway. So we're going to continue to track this for you here for the next little bit. If we can we switch over to the other computer for just a moment and show you some of the tips here as we go through some of those severe weather safety tips? We always talk about these, very important. Go to the basement or the lowest point of your home. Go to an interior hallway or a room. If you don't have a basement, stay away from windows and abandon those mobile homes. Just definitely want to get to a safe spot under something sturdy, because again, this is from the same system that brought all of those storms to parts of western Kentucky. So even though we're not seeing a tornado on the ground, not hearing reports of tornado on the ground at this point, better safe than sorry with this one, because it's definitely been a part of a system that has been capable of producing producing tornadoes out west. Let's go back to the live pinpoint Doppler radar and show you what we're looking at now. Again, heavy rain, damaging winds, and reports of at least nickel-sized hail with this system. So we're going to continue to watch this for you, tracking off to, I believe it's the southeast at 50 miles an hour. So moving in a really good clip here, and we're going to continue. It's actually straight to the east there, so it's going to go right through West Liberty here in a few minutes in Morgan County. So it's actually going to go through central parts of Morgan County rather than the northwest. So we're going to continue to watch cities here in the path of that. Still moving through parts of Menifee County, right there on the line of Morgan County, and also let me back out here just a little bit. Wolfe County also included in this warning. So again, we're going to continue to see that clip. I think the backside on Wolfe County there, just to the north of the Mountain Parkway, and we're going to see this possibility here. I think more for Morgan County at this point. So if you live along 460 in Morgan County, this is the time to get to your safe place right now. Basement, an interior hallway, a room without windows. If you're in a mobile home, try to get to a neighbor's house, try to get to some safety there, because again, we're going to continue to see this system roll through for a little while longer. But the good news is, if there's any good news with this, it's moving fast, so hopefully we can get it out of here at a good pace. Already getting reports of some pretty good sized hail with this system. Nickel-sized hail in Menifee County and penny-sized hail in Powell County as it moved through Clay City. So again, a situation we definitely want to continue to watch here. Now moving into parts, the leading edge of this cell, moving into parts of Morgan County as we speak. We're going to continue to see this roll. It looks like the majority of it might be to the north of West Liberty, but still, if you're in West Liberty, we want you to take those precautions. We want you to get in your safe spot, get in your safe place, because don't want to take any chances with this cell. Again, it spawned multiple tornado warnings across other parts of the state, including coming through Metro Lexington earlier. So again, we're tracking this cell for you. Let me take you in just a little closer here and kind of show you some other communities that are right here on the line that you might be seeing this cell with here next little bit. Ebon, it's right on top of you. 26, DeHart, Yoakum, Kellasy, I think is how you say that. If that's not right, I apologize. But again, that's where the leading edge of this zag. So let's put some of these roads up here and show you kind of the areas. There's 772. That's one of the major arteries. There's 519, which runs back up toward Moorhead. And again, these little roads here, let's check some of those out. There's Mock Ridge, Highway 976, Highway 95. All those areas are right in the path of this cell as it starts to roll through here. So this is just, again, another big part of all these cells that are going to continue to roll through here as we go through the daytime hours. But this is definitely the most potent at this point. We will continue to definitely track this one for you here. But you see that line extending all the way back toward Bowling Green now. And this system here, this is the one that came across the plains overnight and spawned a lot of severe weather. So we're going to continue to track this all afternoon long across the mountains. And again, right there moving through Menifee County now, right along 460. If you are to the west of West Liberty, or if you're in West Liberty, make sure that you're getting in your safe spot right now, because this is the time to act. You've got just a few minutes, even though this system is moving very fast, but you don't have a lot of time. So get to those safe spots now. Get your neighbors to the safe spots. Anybody that you know that needs to be into that safe spot as we head through here. Okay. We've got an expiration here on the back side of this system. The warning continues for northern portions of Wolfe County and parts of Morgan County until 1:45, but the tornado warning for the counties behind that, looking at Menifee and Powell, was allowed to expire. So that's good news. But again, that's just part of this system moving fast. So we're going to continue to track this for you. 172, if you live there in Morgan County. Now, eventually on through, this system's moving off straight to the east. So Johnson County, northern Johnson County could see parts of this system. Lawrence County, southern and eastern Elliott County. So again, all those areas, if you know people there, that's where you want to let them know to be ready for this cell that's moving at a really good clip. Again, 50 miles an hour to the east. So we're going to continue to watch this here over the next few minutes. But again, right there along 460, anywhere west of West Liberty. Let's take you down to Wolfe County for just a second. Again, most of this cell will be north of really any real populated areas, but there's still some small communities down there. You've got Maytown, you've got Valeria. Again, some stronger winds, some heavy rain. Remember, the entire area is under a flash flood watch until 6 o'clock tonight. All of the area under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight. So that's one of the systems we're going to continue to monitor here over the next little bit. Passing by Kentucky 715 there in Wolfe County. Now, you go a little further south, that's when you get back toward the Mountain Parkway there. You see that just north of Campton and right around Pine Ridge. So that's the good news. It's north of the city of Campton. I know a lot of kids are getting ready to get out of school there in Wolfe County. So if you're traveling Especially if you live in the northern part of the county, you may want to try to find a spot and get in a safe place, because that's part of that cell, too, that's rolling through there. Again, we do not have any reports at this time, contrary to what we've been seeing earlier from other cells of this nature that rolled across parts of the bluegrass, of any kind of tornado on the ground. I know we had several reports of those across parts of central and out and into western Kentucky, but at this point, this is just a Doppler radar indicated tornado. So we're going to continue to track this for you here. Again, if you're just joining us, let me recap. A tornado warning in effect for portions of Wolfe County and Morgan County until 1:45 this afternoon. I do believe Morgan County will see the hardest part of this cell, the hardest hitting part of this cell over the next few minutes. You see it now trying to move across the harder parts of that, the heavier rain, the damaging winds coming across into parts of the line right there between Menifee and into Morgan counties. So this started as a tornado warning back in Powell County. Let's see here, got some new data coming in. At 1:24, this was about 7 miles south of Frenchburg, moving east. It slowed down just a little bit, 45 miles an hour now instead of 50. It was moving 50 just a couple of seconds ago. History of producing dime to nickel-sized hail, and capable of producing hail up to quarter size. So keep that in mind. Definitely. Let's go back over to the tornado tips for just a second, because we definitely want to reiterate these. Go to a basement or lowest point of your home, interior hallway or room. Stay away from those windows and abandon those mobile homes. Again, this is a crucial time of the day. A lot of folks out and about. You've got the schools getting ready to let out here in a few minutes, and you've got a few of those on the bottom of your screen that have released early. But for the most part, a lot of schools, especially in the northern half of the area, back toward Wolfe and Morgan counties, still in session. So definitely hoping that everybody is safe in that area, but we're going to continue to track this storm. Definitely got the characteristics on radar to warrant that tornado warning. But again, we're going to continue to track this over the next little bit and see what happens. But again, right now, that worst part of that cell moving into Morgan County. So you folks in West Liberty, you need to be in a safe place right now. If you're in 26, you're seeing the heaviest part of that. Pomp, Woods Bend, Pekin, Panama, all of you folks need to be in your safe place right now. That's in a basement or lowest point of your home, interior hallway or room. Let's go back to line pinpoint Doppler radar actually and see what we've got going on there. But that's what we're seeing. That's what we're seeing here as we roll across parts of the area. But now moving out of Menifee County into parts of central Morgan County. I believe most of that cell is trying to move out of Wolfe County. It looks like it's just a little clip there into the northern half of that right there. Past Valeria, back up toward Pomeroyton. I believe that's in Menifee County, Pomeroyton is, but right there to the north of the Mountain Parkway and points beyond that. Let me see what we've got here. That's actually 460. So anywhere along 460 in Morgan County, you need to get to a safe place right now, because this cell moving right through there. We're going to continue to track this. Let's see if we got some new data in here from the National Weather Service, but I don't believe we have anything. Again, just continuing here, moving east at 45 miles an hour, so moving at a pretty good clip. And again, the city's affected by this. West Liberty, it's almost on top of it. You go to the east even further, you've got White Oak will be at the tail end of that, Lenox, Silver Hill. I believe that's actually in Elliott County, but you've also go down just a little bit. You've got the tips of Johnson County and into Lawrence County that could be affected by this cell here in the next few minutes. So if you folks in northern Johnson County, central Lawrence County, you're not under a tornado warning right now, but this cell moving off to the east at a good clip. So you could be seeing some of this very quickly, and it's still very well defined on radar here. Radar indicated. This is not a tornado that we've seen on the ground. This is Doppler radar indicated at this point, and it's has a history of producing some pretty good size hail as we went through the morning hours here into several other locations. And just a few minutes ago in parts of Powell and Menifee counties where this system really roared through there. But again, no reports of a tornado on the ground in any of those two counties. But still seeing the cell moving at such a great clip. By the time you get some of that information in there, it may have already been through there and done the damage. So fortunately, we've not heard any reports of that so far, but again, this is a system you don't want to take lightly. We've had numerous reports of possible tornadoes and funnel clouds out west, and this is from the same exact system, rolled through parts of the Bluegrass a little earlier into parts of even Metro Lexington. So now rolling through parts of central Morgan County. So anybody from West Liberty east, if you live along 172, 460, you need to be in a safe place right now. You need to get into your safe place because this this system is moving towards you at a really good clip. So we're going to continue to watch the possibilities for a tornado with this system. And again, it's just one of those systems very powerful, very well defined. So we're going to continue to track this here over the next few minutes. Now we're looking again. Is that some new? Okay, that's just some other information that we don't necessarily need. But again, latest information we have, this cell now moving, started at 50 miles an hour, slowed down just a little bit, but very, very stout, very strong, a system that you cannot take for granted because definitely a lot of history with this system. But the parts of concern now, Morgan County, maybe southwestern Elliott County. You see Sandy Hook back up there, but I think this cell will basically clip most of Elliott County. The Morgan County is the main concern area right now. So let's take you in here real close to West Liberty and show you some of these areas right here that are going to be seeing this. If you're not seeing it right now, you're right on the leading edge of it. So you've got West Liberty, anything along 467 going back up toward Rowan County, you've got 172. Anything east of the city of West Liberty, you definitely need to be taking shelter right now because you've got Elamton over there, and then we've got some other locations there right along 172. Let me take you back out just a touch here so we can kind of get our bearings. There's Dingus, there's Flores, all those areas right there to the east. You guys are going to be seeing, you've already seen the outer edge of this system. You're going to be seeing the main parts of it here momentarily. So again, need to be in your safe spot right now in a basement or an interior hallway or room because this system in general, not this specific cell, at least in the last couple of counties, but this system in general, known for producing tornadoes. At last report, we do not, let me stress that, do not have any reports of a tornado on the ground with this system. All we have is a Doppler radar indicated tornado, and that's what spawned the warning. This runs again until 1:45, so here are a few more minutes, and we will definitely pass along any information to you if they extend this, but right now 1:45 is the out time that we have. So again, Pomp, Lennox, West Liberty, this system is bearing right down on top of you. So we're going to be seeing that very quickly, probably in the next 2 to 3 minutes. Let me try to put a track on this system and see if I can track it. But it is moving so fast that we may have trouble getting a track on it here. So let's see if we can do that here, right here at the edge, and take it straight off to the east at about 50 miles an hour. Let's see here. Well, that'll give you kind of an idea of communities it's going to affect here in the next little bit. What we're looking at here, okay, you got Greer, you got Pomp, you've got Cottle, and again, these times, not exactly scale because we couldn't get it out quite far enough, but Silver Hill, Steel, all those areas will be seeing this system here in the next little bit. So keep that in mind over the next few minutes, and we will continue to, again, track this cell for you because it's one of those situations where we're going to be seeing this hang around for a little bit longer. And again, the city of West Liberty, that's where we're going to continue to see the possibilities for the Doppler radar indicated tornado warning at this point. Now, also parts of northern Wolfe County under that as well. But again, for the most part, we're going to continue to see this thing roll off here and get on through Wolfe County and be a bigger factor in parts of Morgan County as we head through there. So again, we're tracking this for you. We're going to continue to see exactly where that's going to go here in the next few minutes. But right now, if you are just joining us, we do have that cell with the tornado warning moving through parts of northern Wolfe County and moving through parts of central and northern Morgan County. So let's keep that in mind here. We'll continue to watch this for the next few minutes. But again, very dangerous storm. It's had a track out to the west that spawned tornado warnings in several other locations. And again, one of those situations where we're going to have to continue to really watch this here over the next little bit because we're going to continue to see things stay here pretty active for the next little bit. Now, this system has a track of hail over the last little bit from Nickel to Penny Size as it moved through parts of Powell and Menifee County. So let's go back in here on this. Again, West Liberty, that's the area of the most concern at this point, right there in central Morgan County, bearing down on you right now as we head through here into the 140 about 20 minutes before 2 o'clock in the 1:40 time period. All right, here we got some new information. Okay, We have a new tornado warning to pass along to you now for Magoffin County and Morgan County until 2:15 this afternoon. So we're going to continue to track this system for you over the next little bit and continue to see what's going on. Joined right now, Chief Meteorologist Jim Caldwell stepping into the Weather Center here, and I'll let him kind of get caught up to speed here for a second. But Jimmy, right now we're tracking this cell. It came out of parts of Menifee County, came through parts of Powell County as a tornado warning, now moving through West Liberty and parts of Morgan County.
I've been watching it here for the last few hours. It has had a history of possibly producing tornadoes, a lot of damage along the way. Now here it is moving toward the east, trying to head toward the folks there in West Liberty. And if you are in West Liberty, you need to go ahead and hunker down and be ready for this as the potential continues to grow for you. And it's going to grow over the next hour or so, or the next 30 minutes or so. But for the rest of the county, you're really going to run into some issues. And as Brandon mentioned, Magoffin County also issued that warning. But what we're going to do is we're going to really show you who is under the gun here. What we have there is entire county warnings, but that's not really the case. No, not at all. Let me show you what it really means. I'm going to pull off the general warning data, and I'm also going to pull off the watch data. It's a very small sliver. And of course, you also have that flash flood threat all across southeastern Kentucky, and you have flood advisories, numerous flood advisories also in effect. So now we have peeled all of those different advisories off, and now you see what's happening. Again, it's not for all of Magoffin County. It's a very, very small sliver, the northern extent there. City of West Liberty also included there in Morgan County. So let me pull the radar data up again, and you can see that the storm is still just outside of town, but it will be coming your way. If you're along there, Liberty Road, Woods Bend, Licking River, some of those locations that you are about to get hit pretty hard. Some of the roads along the way that will be impacted. You see Liberty, Woods Bend Road. The white road you see running through there, that's 460. You see 191, all of these getting ready to get hammered. Straight Creek Road. You also have, come back here, Licking River, Woods Bend Road. So Woods Bend Road, popular name over there too, to be at the end of some of these. But right now, the impacted areas, as you see, are coming up on Woods Bend, and you got State Highway 705. It'll be really hammering through there here in just a few minutes as it continues its trek off toward the east.
Moving now, Jimmy picked up a little speed. It was at 45 miles an hour to the east, now back up to 50, which is what it started at a few minutes ago. So pretty good little mover, fast mover. So we're seeing that roll through there. And again, the northern part of Magoffin, like you mentioned, added to that because it looks like at this point it may clip the northern half of that county there. So again, everybody in northern Morgan and central, or excuse me, northern Magoffin and central Morgan counties definitely under the gun right now. And right now it looks like just outside the door there, and you can see it on live pinpoint Doppler radar of West Liberty. So that's the folks that definitely need to be in a safe place right now.
You know, you got a lot of people at work, you got a lot of people there at school. You know, it's the most populated area in all of Morgan County, most continuous populated area. So you're really going to be affected by this storm. So if you're hearing us in Morgan County, please get to a safe location right now, into a basement or the bottom floor of your home, wherever that may be. You need to get there, and you need to get there as fast as you possibly can in order to avoid this storm and prepare yourself a little bit better as we head through the rest of the afternoon hours here, because that is a tough, tough storm. We've been watching it for several hours moving through central Kentucky, possibly producing tornadoes, and also just some very strong winds. I noticed at one point just the regular old straight line winds associated with it when it was way out west, 75 miles per hour. I mean, that's just a very tough storm. And again, sometimes those straight line wind damage that can be even larger or worse than tornadoes, because remember, tornadoes are going to be over a small area. And when straight line winds come through, they can be a broad area, just the same. So either way, this is still a storm that has had a history of possibly producing tornadic activity and some very strong winds along the way.
I think a lot of people, Jimmy, are taking this more serious today because they've seen what this system has done in parts of western Kentucky. Now, we're not saying it's going to do that here, but the possibilities, at least what happened out west, it's got people paying attention, and that's a good thing because we've been talking about this for a couple of days now, and the possibilities now here really coming through here in parts of Morgan County. So again, it's a situation that you want to keep on top of throughout the day. And this is not going to be it. There's more rain out there. There's more storms out there. So this is not, oh, we've watched this cell go by, now we're done. So this is a situation you definitely want to stay weather aware of all day long, because we've got that tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight. That's for the entire area. And heavy rain could be a factor with this too, because we've got that flash flood watch in effect until 6 o'clock for the entire area. So definitely a couple things that you want to watch out for. And just looking at that, it looks like it could dump some heavy rain on parts of central Morgan County and anywhere it goes, because that is a pretty stout little cell moving through there. So again, a couple of things that you want to definitely keep an eye out for.
It is, and what I'm doing right now, the radar just keeps changing over and over again. I'm looking at several different layers of the storm, and it's solid from top to bottom. The rotation factor also coming into play closer to the ground, and when you have it closer to the ground like that, that's very indicative of possible tornadic activity closer to the surface. And when you run into that, that's when the problems can really start to happen. Now, the storm is starting to really affect the folks in West Liberty with heavy rain, strong winds, and even the possibility of some hail also coming into play. Now, you go more toward the south. This is where more of the concern is, because that's where I was seeing some of that rotation out toward Liberty Road, and you've got 191, some of these locations. That's where I have a little more concern in those particular spots, due to the fact that's where it looks like the rotation was located.
So definitely watching this one here. And again, this central Morgan County under the gun right now, right along the city of West Liberty. So everybody to the east of West Liberty, remember the system moving off to the east at 50 miles an hour now, picking up a little bit of speed. You definitely need to be in your safe spot, your basement, the lowest part of your home, an interior hallway or room. Stay away from those windows. Definitely want to get to that safe spot. Now, this is the time to do it. You don't want to wait a few more minutes to see if it's going to die down, because it's not shown that. We've been tracking this here for almost 25 minutes now, and it's not shown any signs of losing any steam. And like Jim was just talking about, every level of the radar is showing this to be a stout storm, and that gives you some pause there. Especially this system here, we were watching this over the last few minutes, Jimmy, came through central Kentucky, spawned a warning in parts of Metro Lexington, then it rolled across into the Mountain Parkway area. Powell County, reports of penny-sized hail in Clay City, and then you had reports of nickel-sized hail over in Menifee County. So again, a system you definitely don't want to take for granted.
And what I've done here is, you were talking about the hail threat. I'm pulling up some of the hail information. This is saying hen egg sized in the one section. Now, this is a little old. It's probably a few minutes old, because this comes from the National Weather Service, and the radar just a few minutes behind. But the general idea here with hail, you're looking at some extremely large hail potential throughout the core of the storm within the last several minutes. What I can also do here is we can estimate some of the wind speeds that have been associated with the storm over the last little bit as well. And look at some of this right here. You're going to look when the data starts to pop up here. It'll pop up off screen for us. It looks like that we are looking anywhere from 65 to 70 miles per hour winds right there associated with that, just in the last few minutes here, Brandon. So again, it is a very, very strong storm that's now bearing down on the city of West Liberty out toward Index, and you can see just north of Malone.
Now, we do have some good news on the backside of this system. That tornado warning that was in effect for parts of Morgan, which basically west of West Liberty, now back out behind the cell, Wolf and Menifee counties allowed to expire. So now the active tornado warning we have is until 2:15 for parts of Morgan County, going into parts of northern Magoffin County. That's the part of the cell that we're going to be watching very closely over the next little bit, and not much in the way of new data coming in. But again, I have to stress, this is a Doppler radar indicated tornado possibly, because that's what spawned the warning. This is not one that we've seen funnel clouds, or at least got the reports of the funnel clouds here in the Weather Center, or seen something on the ground like they've been seeing out west earlier today.
Right. And reports coming in all day long here from all of this activity that has been occurring. From this particular cell, it's one of those cells that makes a severe weather day, because it just hangs around forever. It's hard to get it to die out, and it's still showing that strong potential as it's moving through Morgan County. And as we keep mentioning, the northern sections of Magoffin County, a very, very small sliver under the gun, and it's a very rural area in Magoffin County, and it's about to pass into a very rural area for Morgan County. Now look at the cylinder that you see here back along that 460. That was just a few minutes ago. And what that is an indication that there was a tornado possible. At least the radar signature of a tornado was out there. And here's just some of the information it was spitting out at that time. All of the places that it would be traveling toward over the next, well, you're looking up to 218, so for 153, and then it just updated a little bit better there. So you're looking at places like Mema, Keaton, and Blaine, getting into some of those locations as well for the possibility of maybe a tornado, a rotating cell there in Morgan County. And now just giving me more of a hail marker as I've turned on some of the computer-generated tracks. And there's a new signature right there.
Literally just popped up.
Just popped up for where the rotation was within the last few minutes. And what that can do is it can give us another better idea of where this is headed. And you have Wani, Crockett, Flat Fork, Keaton, all of these places, about 42,000 people. That's a good estimate. This just takes a good estimate of how many people are along the path of this severe thunderstorm, possibly producing a tornado. Right now we know for sure it's severe. What we don't know is if there is a tornado on the ground. As Brandon mentioned, it is the Doppler radar indicated tornado. So until we see it, or or maybe tomorrow when they go out and if they have to do a storm survey, we will not know if it's on the ground, especially sitting right here with all of the information in front of us. What we can only get is some good, strong estimates like you're seeing out there right now. And there's plenty of activity other than this going on, and we expect more. You see more thunderstorms out to the west. Nothing severe. As far as this tornadic threat in our coverage area, you have one strong cell well out to our west. But right now, as far as any tornadic activity through Pulaski County or anywhere like that, we are not running into any new warnings. See, it's all clear on the warning side. But again, you go back up toward Morgan County, and that's where you run into the potential for some tornadic activity.
Now, the bad thing about this situation here, number one, you got it near a populated city with West Liberty. You've also got it during the busiest part of the day. So definitely want to get word to anybody who you know who may live east of the city of West Liberty, because those folks still have a few minutes to get to their safe place. Not a lot. It's really moving pretty fast, like we talked about, 50 miles an hour out to the east. So we're going to continue to watch this move really quickly. But again, let those folks know if you're watching us now. If you follow us on Facebook and Twitter, let those folks know off to the east of West Liberty and into parts of northern McGoffin County, because still some time there. But it's literally right on top of 460 in West Liberty. You see the roads, Jimmy highlighted them there for you. 172, Spas Creek Road, Harper's Branch Roads. Those are some of the areas that are really getting pounded right now as the system rolls through there. And we know that this system has had hail in it in the past. We know that there's a history of hail. We know there's a history of stronger winds with it, and we know that at this point there has been some rotation in it. We have not had any reports through any of our new report coming in here from the National Weather Service, a spotter report of hen egg-sized hail, and that's exactly what you were showing on Doppler radar a few minutes ago from West Liberty.
Right.
So we're getting that coming in now, but again, no reports of funnel clouds, no reports of anything on the ground. So a situation that we're watching very carefully. Doppler radar indicated, so definitely I know it's kind of a situation where it might make you a little nervous right now, and tornado warnings should always make you more cautious, but a situation where we've had all this activity out west and you've seen the history of these tornadoes, we have not seen that with this cell at this point, at least on the ground.
Right, and here's some positive news about where this storm is heading now. As you notice, roads are becoming a little more scarce. That's just showing that we're getting to, again, the rural areas, a lot of farm country up there in Morgan County, and you're getting out into more of it's generally a flat place, by the way. I mean, you're getting into more of the foothills. But you're looking at some very scarce roads. You don't have a lot of coverage of where a lot of folks are going to be right now. Notice the gap in between these two roads. You have Cow Branch, War Creek Road, and then we go over to Highway 437, a big gap, again, because a lot of farmland, a lot of rural, undeveloped areas. So that's going to work into our favor as far as any threat to loss of life. Because once you start entering into places like that, it's discouraging to see it and to hear tornado warning, but you want to get out into those open areas where you're not going to find a lot of people and away from the city of West Liberty, especially because, again, as I mentioned, most populated place in the whole county.
Exactly. Now, something to add to that, new warning just came out, and this is probably an advanced warning since this is moving so fast. New tornado warning for Lawrence County, which is just past McGoffin County there. That runs until 2:30. So again, kind of spanning out there a little bit. But that, at this point, the cell is still in Morgan County. We're not seeing that in Lawrence County right now, but it is moving in that general direction. So tornado warning for parts of Morgan County and parts of McGoffin County until 2:15, but now that new warning coming out for Lawrence County until 2:30.
And what an odd shape to that warning.
I know, isn't it, though?
You see that, how it just kind of changes everything up. But notice you see Blaine there in Lawrence County, which obviously is the highlighted area up here. Let me get the mouse to show up here on the screen, and I can highlight it a little bit better. But all right, you can see Blaine on your map right there. Now my mouse is directly over it. You've got Blaine. This was what the storm track was predicting when I was highlighting it over around West Liberty. So now heading more toward you folks there in Lawrence County. You also have in the path maybe sections of Johnson County that could come under fire as well. This area, Lawrence County, handled by a different Weather Service office as opposed to Morgan, McGoffin, and Johnson County. So we might see an extension within the next few minutes here to see what the folks over there think as well. But Charleston, West Virginia, jumping on and saying, yes,
right.
we think it's certainly going to affect our county, and it will probably affect the folks there in the extreme northern sections of Johnson County as well. Again, I'll show you an up-close and personal view. You're getting into a more scarce area as far as a large amount of people away from the cities, away from the Paintsville, and away from Louisa, at least at this point. But as it continues its trek off toward the northeast, could certainly run into higher populated areas and where some unsuspecting people could see the potential for thunderstorms. And if this isn't enough, by the way, today we have a chance of severe weather, and then you go into Friday.
Yeah.
We're right back in it again. So several chances coming this way. And what the radar is showing now, you see that cylinder again on the radar, and what it's telling us is simply that there's rotation. It's not saying it's strong enough to be tornadic, but it is still showing us rotation. And you see some of the places highlighted here. Tudor Key. All right, when I head toward Paintsville and out toward Huntington, West Virginia and places along US 23, always past Tudor Key and through Blaine. So you recognize these names. You've got Davisport. You go back up to some of the closer times. You have Barnett's Creek and some of those locations, all within the path of where the rotation was. Now, and if you're in West Liberty and you still hear us jawing about this storm, you are in the clear if you're in West Liberty. Now, the eastern sections of the county is still under the gun here for a little while longer. The expiration time says 2:15. It's closing in on 2 o'clock, but it could very well clear the entire county here shortly if it continues on this trek as it moves toward the east. And I'm going to get some updated information here. It's still moving at around 50 miles per hour, that storm. And we're talking about northern McGoffin County. And I'm going to pull radar data down for just a moment and back our view up just to see if it will still possibly affect those folks. So,
while you're doing that, some new information coming in about hail. New reports coming in from Ezell, which is in Morgan County, a little bit further south than West Liberty, I believe.
Southwest, yeah.
Yep, coming in of $half size, and that was on Tabernacle Road and some large limbs being knocked down into and damaging a gutter on a home. So a pretty good size, $half size, more than an inch and a quarter. Then you got Crockett, pea-sized hail, and then again we talked about the hen egg-sized hail already in West Liberty proper. So hail seems to be, so far at least, the biggest system with this, or the biggest problem with this system so far.
With this particular cell, as it's moving into these areas, because not seeing any wind damage reports, at least at this particular time, but we are seeing plenty of the hail reports coming in. And by the way, in McGoffin County, it looks like you're going to miss the bulk of the storm. The warning was drawn a little deep just in case it would really get in there, but it looks like it's mainly going to affect the northern, very northern tip of the entire county. We have Logville, and the other road is the Williams Fork Road. So right through this general area, that should be about the extent of it as far as possibly seeing tornadic activity, but you might end up right there on the fringe and away from it.
Now, we do have a new tornado warning that just came out from the National Weather Service. This one going until 2:30 for Johnson, parts of Magoffin, and parts of Morgan. So a new tornado warning, until 2:30 for parts of, let's see here, some new information coming out here. New tornado warning until 2:30 for parts of Johnson, Magoffin, and Morgan, and then the one here that we already have in place for Magoffin and Morgan still goes until 2:15.
Right, which is what I was just saying that a few minutes ago. That's, Johnson County, you're going to be under the gun. Now,
right.
This is, let me see how they've drawn it. Just north of Paintsville, and I really think that the way, at the rate it's developing and the way it's moving, it will stay north of Paintsville. However, it's going to be sweeping through US 23, and a lot of commercial traffic, a lot of general traffic along US 23 at this time of day as well. So within the next 30 minutes or so, you're certainly seeing a lot of activity moving through there. And also, you've got Staffordsville out in the county as well. So it's going to be real close to all of you if you're in Johnson County. So if you're in some of those northern sections, out toward Wittensville, you've got the community of Sip, Winifred, all of these places, you could certainly see the storm come barreling your direction here shortly. So please keep that in mind, because what we're here doing on the air, the reason we're on here is to help you prepare for a tornado and loss of life, and we want to try to avoid that at any cost. If we could switch to the other source, because I'm sure we haven't shown these tips in a while,
right.
Get to a basement or the lowest point of your home, and what we mean by that, if you don't have a basement, just be on the first floor somewhere. It's simple. And once you get on the first floor, get into an interior hallway or room or a bathroom. Studies have shown, and history has shown, that if you get into a bathroom, due to the plumbing, the way it's designed, sometimes that makes a bathroom, especially geared more toward the center of the house, a stronger point due to some of those structural elements that go along with laying the pipe work. So you get into that place, you get into your bathroom or an interior closet, away from any doors or windows that take you immediately to the outside. And once you get there, it shouldn't stop. You should have maybe some blankets or pillows around you to protect you from any falling debris, because you're still at threat. Even if you're in that location, we are just minimizing the risk of you being hurt more, again, because of the way studies have shown, the way history has shown, that these are the safest places to be in a tornado. And as I said a minute ago, stay away from windows, any windows that are going to take you to the outside, immediately to the outside, because they can be easily broken, easily damaged, and some of the flying debris can come rolling right on into the house anywhere 60, 70, 80 miles per hour. Just think of that. That's a flying bullet almost. Or, bullets obviously travel faster, but I'm just talking about some really fast things coming at you, possibly doing some severe damage to you or your family, and obviously your home. All right, let's go back to the radar data now, where we take you back into Morgan County, where it's still showing the characteristics of some rotation, and also the possibility of a tornado moving through that area. You see relief, you see 172. These are all locations in the path of the storm. We had Morgan County, or we had Lawrence County added on to the warning just a little while ago, and now it's heading in that general direction. And we'll be moving through the northern sections of Johnson and moving into Lawrence here shortly. So if you're in any of those places, take those tips that we just had up on the screen for you to heart, because it's coming your way, and it's coming soon, it looks like.
Jimmy, we may have some reports of damage now coming out of Morgan County on the south side of West Liberty from the National Weather Service. The Woodman of the World building on Highway 460 on the south side of town there, saying it may have received some structural damage, but they don't have any further details at this time. So right there on the south side of the city, again, Morgan County and West Liberty in general really got hit hard by that storm. But this coming from the National Weather Service, the Woodman of the World building, possible structural damage on the south side of West Liberty on 460.
So again, just going to show you that it has all the potential in the world. Now, whether that was caused by a tornado or strong winds, that's yet to be seen. But I back up the statement I mentioned to you all a little bit earlier. Sometimes all you need is just the strong winds. A tornado can just be the minimal threat. And going into today, that was the case. It was going to be on lower end of all of this was the possibility of it being tornadic today. But we have certainly seen our fair share of warnings and rotating storms, and we are still seeing that right now as it's moving through Morgan County, heading into Johnson, and eventually into Lawrence counties here on our Doppler radar, the live pinpoint Doppler radar network, picking up on all of this activity here this afternoon and going into the evening hours, because we do have to watch out for more severe weather. Not from this storm in particular. Everybody that's going to be affected by that storm has been highlighted here within the last few minutes. We have more potential heading into the evening hours. Let me back up again. I was going to show this a minute ago. We have more development that will continue to kind of streamline in from our south and our west. And as that development continues, it's going to try to move more toward the north and east. You'll see storms just continue to kind of roll in and eventually maybe affect the folks here in Hazard. Now, these are moving generally northeast, Brandon, but what's happening is the whole complex is pulling toward the south. The storms are rolling along the road, is basically one way to say it. They're moving toward the northeast, but the problem is the road keeps moving beneath them,
pulling them,
pulling them down toward the south and east.
And we watched that whole situation this morning because you started out with these storms rolling through parts of Illinois and Indiana and literally started pulling them toward western Kentucky, and then that's where we saw that start coming into the bluegrass and now eventually here into the mountains. So again, we're going to continue, like you said, to see that pattern. So this is what we've been saying all day long. Just because it doesn't look like it's on your area right now, it does not mean to let your guard down, because the possibilities are still there later for that severe weather to be a factor for us. So again, that tornado watch is out for the entire area until 9 o'clock tonight. This is probably one of the, and I hate to say it like this, but this is probably one of the quieter times I've seen with tornado warnings today, Jim, because at one point there were 9-10 warnings out in western Kentucky. So again, that doesn't mean to let your guard down because, it's coming to weekend. It doesn't mean anything. There's still a lot of factors that will come into play as we head into the evening hours with warmth and, a lot of other things too. So again, to keep that in mind there as we go through the afternoon. But you see it there. It was at 11:05.
11:05, pretty quiet, pretty calm. Just seeing some of the initial development on this particular radar site. Now, I'll flip another radar on, and we'll be able to see a little more in the way of what was happening out to our west. You can see it's stronger indicated on this radar. But what I'm going to try to show you guys is how the storms evolved. And you see the general flow of the storms moving northeast, but the overall complex continues to pull more toward the south and east. And that's what we expect here, as I'll get us back up to current time. And that's what we're watching. We're watching now that I've got this radar up and I'm looking at a different version. I'm going to go out and then just check on this storm that has been producing possible tornadic activity with tornado warning out around Glasgow and Columbia as well. You have that tornado warning, or that batch of tornado warnings. So you see them for Adair, Barron, Greenhart, and Metcalfe counties. And the reason I'm highlighting this is because it could very well come into play for you folks there in Pulaski County or maybe even Rockcastle County here in the near future. Just early development or early warning before we even get to that point. So just keep that in mind. We are watching all kinds of potential here for severe weather this afternoon, not only from the lone cell that has been the cell that was afraid to die, but just from numerous other cells that could develop here. Right now, northern Johnson County getting in on the activity. And it looks like the folks there, I see the warning is still out for McGoffin County, but let me tell you, it's not even in there anymore. So if you're in northern sections of McGoffin County, you're good. It's away from you. It's now mainly very small section of Morgan County and over into Johnson County. It's going to be mainly their issue at this point, and as it crosses over into Lawrence County as well. So you have Relief, Winifred, all of these places with the potential of some tornadic activity here, Brandon.
Now, it looks like it may pull south of the city of Louisa, so that's some good news as it goes into Lawrence County. Again, though, especially on the south side, Blaine there, still a possibility, Wilbur, Norris, some of those areas really getting ready to be under the gun here in the next few minutes. So, again, this is the time you need to be in your safe spot, and right there you see it 23 coming up, 3, which runs between parts of Lawrence County and down toward Inez, a busy road any time of the day. So, again, these are the areas that you need to be in your safe spot. You need to get to where you're going, and if you're on the road and stay there, you've got just a few minutes because this system moving so fast at 50 miles an hour now, 45, 50 miles an hour, this is a system that's going to be on your doorstep before you realize it. So definitely need to get to a safe place. This storm has a very a history of producing pretty good size hail, hen egg size hail in some areas, and it may be some structural damage in some places. But again, we don't know if that's from rotation or a possible tornado or from straight line winds. We talked about that earlier. We just don't know at this point. So again, but regardless, damaging winds possible and hail being reported with this storm. So definitely one that you don't want to mess with.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, at one time I noticed, as I mentioned a minute ago, 75-mile-per-hour winds possible. You just think of that, 75 miles per hour. You need 60 miles per hour to get a severe thunderstorm warning, and this is well beyond, running all the way up to around 75 miles per hour. And so you're talking 15, technically it's greater than 58, 59 miles per hour. So we just round it up and say 60 miles per hour. So you're looking at a howling storm there as it was moving through Morgan County a little bit earlier and now still in the eastern sections of the county. But what we're watching is for some of those spots in the extreme northern Johnson County. And now it looks like we have a flash flood warning out for several areas here, areas.
It just came out, you're right, for Breathitt, Jackson, Lee, Owsley, Pulaski, Rockcastle, and Wolf until 8 p.m. Now, that's on top of the flash flood watch we have until 6 o'clock for the entire area. So heavy rain always been a possibility with this system, and it's definitely looks like it's dumping. We don't have any amounts at this point, but you can bet that it's coming down at a pretty good clip in some places and some times.
I would just estimate, I was looking at something a moment ago, anywhere from maybe 2-3 inches per hour embedded in some of these storms, maybe less at times, but I know it's probably maxed out somewhere very, very close to that. So you just think of that. And we mentioned this yesterday, talked about the heavy rain potential, and now here you are seeing the heavy rain, flash flood warnings, and all the severe weather associated with all of these thunderstorms that are moving through southeastern Kentucky right now. And they're going to continue for a little while longer, it looks like. And as I mentioned, this isn't the only show in town. There's another one, and it's out to the west, and we're going to watch it to develop here as well, just waiting patiently for this storm to just disappear on radar or just to completely clear our area. But right now, it's just kind of sitting in Johnson County and moving into Lawrence and moving out of Morgan County. It has a unique structure to it. What I'm going to do, though, I want to pull it apart. I want to really look at it from top to bottom again here. And what I'm doing, you're going to see the radar data change. And this is the only way I can do it is right here in front of you on the air. But I'm going to do it. I'm just going to look through all the layers to see how strong it is from top to bottom.
It's not changing. Every layer you go through, it's still got pretty much the same compact shape with the same strong characteristics.
So that's what we're seeing right there from pretty much the top to bottom. Some of the data updates a little bit quicker than other parts of the storm. Matters on which level we're looking at. Right there, we're looking at all of it joined together to see how it feels, or a composite, as we say. And that's the composite you're looking at. It's still well away from US 23, but you still see places like 172 and 201 that could see this storm shortly. And if there's rotation in the storm, it's going to fall a little more toward the back of this system, or toward the southern end of the storm.
Jim, we've got another warning coming out, this time not a tornado warning, but a severe thunderstorm warning for Breathitt, Lee, parts of Magoffin, Menifee, Morgan, and Wolf counties, and that runs until 2:45. So kind of this same area here that's already seeing this. Let me see if they've downgraded. No, tornado warning continues until 2:30 for Johnson, parts of Johnson, parts of Magoffin, and parts of Morgan. So this is a new severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, now
that's for that cell back there.
We're backing off here, right there. You see it moving into Lee County now. That's just a very strong storm. Not showing any tornadic characteristics as of yet, but again, let me tell you, it doesn't matter. If you have the strong winds associated with these thunderstorms, that's what you really need to be paying attention to here, whether it's tornadic or not. Those winds can bring down houses and bring down all kinds of damage and destruction to any area that it may be entering. And right now it's entering Lee County, and really in Lee County, getting ready to cross over the city of Beattyville here soon. So there's your severe thunderstorm warning for a whole new group of people. And what I will do, I'll back up a little more, and I'm going to highlight all of the warned areas for this new round. Again, I was just saying, we're not finished with this system just yet. It's still going to be out there. We're still going to run into some issues with the thunderstorms. So this is what I was talking about. We're still going to have to deal with other spots. Now, right now, you see that it's got everybody highlighted. That's the old way of warnings, and sometimes the computer likes to be a little feisty, and it doesn't go straight to what it should be showing, which is that.
There you go.
That's going to be the highlighted spots in all of those counties, from Wolfe County, very small section of Morgan County, and Breathitt County, and also a small section of looks like Magoffin County. But Wolfe County, widespread hit.
Bouncing back to that tornado warning over into parts of the Big Sandy, we're going to continue to see that there. But again, got a report from one of our sales folks, Morrison Stepp, who says he's in Paintsville on 460, that says no hail, just rain. So that goes to show you that it's north of the city of Paintsville for the most part, the heaviest part of this cell. And then also getting reports of rain coming down hard in Van Lear, which is also in Johnson County. So again, the northern half of the area we're looking at here for the most part for that tornado warning.
Yeah, but it's still well off to the north of Paintsville. That's the part of the cell and part of the storm that we're worried about for tornadic activity. Again, out along 201 now, probably not yet to US 23, but well off onto Highway 201. All right, let's get a little closer. There you see it, and I'll highlight the road again. There you see 201, getting ready to cross it. And let me clear that off and let me go a little closer again.
Even looks a little more south of Blaine this time than it did a few minutes ago. So the pool continues.
So let's see. Let's get closer. There we go. So it's going to try to cross 201. 201.
Just to the north of SIP there, it looks like.
Not a 4-lane road. It's a 2-lane road, but a lot of people travel along 201. But you can see SIP and Flat Cap also right in the middle of this. At the moment. So that's just some of the locations affected and some of them that will be affected here shortly. And again, it should cross very close to SIP.
The backside of this tornado warning, it looks like now, has been allowed to expire for parts of, let's see here. There's 2 different tornado warnings here for different parts of 2 counties. One part of the one, probably the side that's behind this, back toward West Liberty and those areas, allowed to expire. So those parts, part of Morgan County and part of Magoffin County was allowed to expire. But we've got the one for the rest of the areas that we're seeing there in Magoffin and Morgan and Johnson again until 2:30. And an unrelated to this storm report just coming in from a spotter down to the south, now getting reports of hail out of Keevee, and that's at the back end of that severe thunderstorm warning that we were talking about a few minutes ago, back down toward the I-75 corridor, which Keevee's in Laurel County, but no warning on that cell at this point right now.
But you need, if you're going to get a warning, you need winds around 60 or beyond, or hail the size of a quarter. So just because you're not getting that, you could be getting 55-mile-per-hour winds, which are still very intense. And then you factor in nickel-sized hail, which used to be the old criteria for severe thunderstorm warning. That can still cause some damage, especially if it's falling at a rapid rate and you're getting quite a bit of it. So again, nothing to ignore if you're down in those areas. But right now we're just watching for the possibility of rotation and how long it's going to stay alive there. In this cell, let me switch off. In this cell right here over in Johnson County now, moving toward Lawrence County and eventually to US 23. As I mentioned, heavily traveled, especially this time of day. And you've got commercial traffic, a lot of big trucks, a lot of coal trucks out there too, you know, shifting some coal to the power plant. So those big trucks, they're easily, I know they're carrying tons and tons of coal, but I'll tell you what, the wind hits them just right. They can tip them right over. Seen it 1,000 times, seen video of trains being tipped over. So it can happen, trust me, because they're not built into the ground. They're moving along. So that's just something to be aware of and pay attention to, especially if you know somebody that's out and about. Maybe a truck driver, anybody traveling along US 23 going into Lawrence County now, maybe they're going to work, coming from work, whatever it may be. Let them know you've got a pretty bad situation. You may want to pull it on over and get somewhere safe here.
It does look like at this point, at least on Doppler radar, that compared to what we saw when it was first moving through West Liberty, it is starting to weaken just a little bit. It's still a very powerful storm, but still as it moves over there into parts of Lawrence County, it looks like it's at least with that pool, it's starting to shrink a little bit compared to what we saw a while ago.
Right. There's certainly some weakening characteristics. But just when they weaken, sometimes we've all seen they'll try to at least flare back up for a little while, and then that could happen. I'm going to take you out over time here and give you just a general storm track. Headed toward Beach Farm, Can-Do School. You got Louise also thrown into the mix. Now you got to remember this widens, and the reason it widens is just like the hurricane storm track. It shows you a margin of error the farther out in time we go. So I'm taking you out until 2:39. We're at 2:20, so you're looking at roughly 20 minutes, roughly 20 minutes away from where we're sitting at this point. So it's still coming and heading right on over into West Virginia within the same amount of time.
Okay, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning here for Breathitt, Jackson, Lee, parts of Magoffin, Owsley, and Wolf until 3 o'clock. And let's see here. Yeah, that's all for that one. But back on the other side, kind of that same system that we were looking at just a couple of minutes ago.
Right. So there you see Breathitt, Jackson, Lee, Magoffin, Owsley, as he mentioned. That goes to Wolf, or it goes to 3 and also Wolf. And then you see another warning that is very close to everybody else, almost the same counties highlighted.
Kind of right on top of each other in that same area.
Up to around 2:45, so still plenty of time left on that severe thunderstorm as well. You got inch hail coming in of a report over in Morgan County, which should be about right. I mean, we were seeing hen egg size. Just think of it almost an egg you see at the store. That's the best way to say it for the most part. Very close in size. That's what kind of hail we're talking about. So imagine that falling on you at 100 miles per hour. That can cause a lot of serious damage. And if you get caught in a hailstorm like that, certainly the loss of life as well.
Exactly. And now, again, it does look like at this point, now we talked about you put the track on it, and it winds at the end just like a hurricane track does. It does look like at this point the tornadic cell will miss the city of Louisa. It'll be close, but it'll miss it. It'll be right there along 23, moving now to the south of Blaine, too. Looks like the most potent part of this storm missed Blaine, too. But if you're in Wilbur, you're seeing it right now really coming down. Winifred, Norris, Gallup, those areas up toward Walbridge, that's what we're really going to be seeing really start to deal with this over the next little bit. And maybe sliding right by Ulysses there in the southeastern part of the county, too. So, again, rain coming down in a lot of areas, too, but that's the areas that have the most developed part of this cell moving toward them at this time.
Yeah, and again, my big concern is just a lot of travel, a lot of traffic there along US 23.
Busiest part of the day. You got schools letting out. You got people going home from running errands. You've got people might be going to work for night shift. So a lot of folks out on the roadway. So definitely want to try to get word to those folks and hopefully, get those folks to a safe place as the system passes through parts of the US 23 corridor right there between northern Johnson into parts of Lawrence County.
Right, and it could be coming right toward Ulysses here very shortly. You might be right on that southern side of the storm where a lot of that rotation looks like it's been showing up here the last few minutes on the radar, and it's going to be very close to you as far as where the tornadic activity could be situated and embedded within any of the storms, this particular storm. Now, the other storms do not look quite as intense where the severe thunderstorm warning has been located here, but still has all the potential in the world to cause problems. And severe weather, our severe thunderstorm warnings, again, you just cannot overlook those. They still have winds in excess of about 60 miles per hour and all the rest with some large hail. So it can be a very, very dangerous situation.
In a dynamic atmosphere like today's, you never know when those can flare up, gain strength, and become a tornado warning in an instant.
Right, absolutely, and that's the way a lot of these start. They start out as, just a severe thunderstorm, and then all of a sudden it turns into tornadic activity because you first need the thunderstorms going, and then they need to pick up on rotating air, and they absorb that and suck it up into the thunderstorm, and then that's when you start to see the spinning column of air, which we call a tornado, or the signs of rotation. So you have to have certain characteristics. You have to have the storm, and in order to really get these fired up. In most cases, on a day like today, that's the way it is. Now, there are other extreme cases, but that's generally the setup for any type of tornadic activity.
Exactly. And just like you mentioned, you called it a few minutes ago, they did cancel the tornado warning for the northern part of Magoffin County.
Right.
So that was about to expire.
Didn't even touch them, yeah.
Yeah, the only one we've got now is the northern clip of Johnson County there, which it's moving through as we speak, at least the backside of it, the most dynamic part of the cell, and into parts of Lawrence County here. Also still got Morgan County on this one. I guess where it's still coming out of maybe the far eastern part of Morgan County there But again, that's until 2:30, which is about 5 minutes away. New reports of hail coming in from relief in Morgan County, quarter-sized hail, and reports of pea-sized hail now coming in from that severe thunderstorm warning in Lee County, which is back down to your southwest a little bit, but still some. Getting a lot of reports of hail out of this, and not a lot of report. Now, you obviously know that there's going to be stronger wind because that's part of the criteria for the warnings, but no reports, at least so far, of any major wind damage. We had that one report of possible structural damage over in Morgan County near West Liberty earlier, but not a lot of reports, at least not yet. And it may just take time to get, reported to the appropriate folks to get down to us, but no major reports so far of any wind damage.
And that's what we'd like to hear. We certainly like to see that everything is moving as smoothly as possible in a severe weather situation. And I hope all the warnings are wrong. I hope there's not a big issue with them, but you run into a lot of those situations where indeed you will have the severe weather criteria, and sure enough, it happens out there. But right now, getting ready to cross the northern or the eastern edge of this storm, getting ready to cross US 23. And again, that's a big concern of mine because the heavily traveled road, and a lot of, I keep thinking of commercial traffic because I've traveled that road a million times, and you see so many large trucks and traveling.
You're exactly right, because you've got the power plant. You go just a little further north into Boyd County, you've got the oil refinery. There's a lot of industry up that way. Right. So, again, a lot of folks traveling along that corridor through the Big Sandy, and very, very heavily traveled. Now, again, we're talking about this system, and then we were still off to the back off to the south and to the west of our area, but we've still got that tornado warning down into parts of southern Kentucky that could be moving toward Pulaski and into parts of Rockcastle maybe a little later. That's for Adair and Casey counties back down that way. But again, just kind of something to keep on your radar at home, especially if you live right there along the I-75 corridor. But we're still focused on this right here in parts of Lawrence County right now.
And again, I've been looking at it at different levels of the atmosphere and just trying to really get a grasp of what it's doing. And this looks to be the true shape of how the storm is from top to bottom. I go through different layers, and you can see, again, the shape. And it'll be right through this section here that would be closer to Georges Creek or Ulysses and that general area where we could be seeing the rotating factor somewhere through here. I'm going to plot a storm track, see how far behind that data is, because it takes it a few minutes to update because it has to go through all kinds of mathematical formulas in order to really locate where maybe the rotation is located at that particular time. So right now, not picking up on much of anything as far as storm track is concerned.
Now, some new information in from the National Weather Service, a Mesonet station which is an automated station that picks up weather readings. A Mesonet station at Morgan County reporting a 57-mile-an-hour wind gust about 7 minutes ago at 2:20. So about 8 minutes ago, actually now. So that's some new information coming in there. That puts it, at least that gust would put it right below the category for severe thunderstorm warning status at 60 miles an hour. So an indication of the first wind gust we've seen so far out of this system, at least that's been reported. I'm sure there's been plenty more than that with a system like this, but at least this is the first report we're getting in from the sources coming out in the field.
Rotation showing up here in this storm just north there of Georges Creek, and you see this little icon go across your screen showing you that the rotation looks like it's headed straight toward Georges Creek. And right now I think that's much, much, much too far to the north.
New tornado warning just issued. That's the cell we were literally just talking about, Jim. Pulaski County now under a tornado warning until 3 o'clock. So
let me readjust the view to get back there. We're pretty close. I'd be dragging forever trying to get back. All right, let's go back toward Pulaski County. I'll pull that radar data off, and there you see it. Just a little while ago, I was saying, watch out if you're in Pulaski County. Maybe it'll be Rockcastle County, but not the case. It's Pulaski right now and Russell County, and that expires all the way up at 3 o'clock. So, again, got all these signatures of rotating storms on the radar here this afternoon and going into the evening hours. That's why there's a watch all the way up until 9 o'clock, because you're going to see a series of this development happening over the next, again, up until 9 o'clock. I mean, the time's pretty good, I think. It may be a little earlier, but 9 o'clock's pretty good.
Because you think about this, we've got a very warm atmosphere right now. Temperatures generally running in the mid to upper 60s, which can help fire off instability. And plus, you've got got a lot of rotation already embedded with this system. So a couple of different factors there to keep in mind. So I'm like you. I would not be surprised to see at least stronger storms all the way up to almost the end of that watch at 9 o'clock.
All right, now our warning up here in far northeastern Kentucky has just disappeared, indicating let's see if it's allowed to expire. See what they're saying over there.
Johnson and Morgan expire, but I haven't heard anything about the one. And they may reissue it. Sometimes it's allowed to expire and it's reissued. But at this point, we have not heard anything that it's been completely canceled, although it was supposed to expire at 2:30, which it is right now. So, again, we'll see if that is reissued. But now we got the new warning down here in Pulaski County, the western half of Pulaski County, looks like.
Whole new ball game, a completely different storm, something that one storm we're not familiar with as far as what it's been doing, because we've been locked in on the other storms that has caused problems across Kentucky. This storm, brand new to my particular radar here, as seeing what the history of it is and what it has been capable of. Not looking quite as intense, but we're looking at it from a different radar. What we're going to do is we're going to consolidate all of the radar information. That way we can get better ideas of what's happening. And there you see a very intense thunderstorm moving right along 127, or crossing over 127, and will be headed into Pulaski County here shortly. It's south of Liberty, but moving toward Eubank, Science Hill, and those general areas here within the next 15-20 minutes.
Okay, the tornado warning was allowed to expire for Lawrence County, downgraded to a severe thunderstorm warning now, and that runs until 3:30. That also kicks over into our West Virginia counties, Logan, Mingo, those areas, carrying through. That's also till 3:30, but that now a severe thunderstorm warning instead of a tornado warning for that cell moving through parts of Lawrence County.
So brand new cell, brand new group of people. Hello, Pulaski County, and welcome to a terrible afternoon for you folks weather-wise. Let me show you the severe weather tips. Go to a basement to the lowest point of your home. Go ahead and get there. This doesn't look like it's going to affect Somerset. It's going to be north of Somerset. But Science Hill, Eubank, and that general area, if you're in either one of those locations, you need to get into a safe spot right now. And again, that'd be the basement at the lowest point of your home. Interior hallway or room. What we mean by that is maybe the interior hallway that shoots right down the middle of your house has a side closet or a bathroom that's not directly associated with the outside. And what I mean by that is the wall does not take you outside. Simple. And you want to be right there in the middle. I always say it's like one of the forts from the Old West. You want to be on the inside of the fort, and you want to fortify yourself. So fortify yourself by putting yourself more toward the middle of your house, because that puts more walls in between you and the outside world, or in this case, what could be a tornado. Puts more walls in between you and the tornado. And also, stay away from any windows. Projectiles could be flying around 100 miles per hour, just like bullets.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So stay away from windows, because it's easily broken. You break them on accident all the time. The kids do, whatever. So just imagine something flying through a window at 100 miles per hour. And, of course, then you have the bottom tip there, abandoned mobile homes. We're not questioning the structure. We're not telling you that a mobile home is a bad home to be in. What we're telling you is they are easily toppled over. That's what we're talking about. They can be picked up as opposed to some of the other safer, sturdier structures. That's what I'm saying. Not questioning the engineers at all. I'm just telling you what history has shown through the years. All right, let me go closer to this storm, because it's not in Pulaski yet. It's not in Pulaski yet, but it's certainly coming that way, and we'll get some of the communities that it will affect here shortly. You've got Ansel, the community of Pulaski, Floyd, Science Hill, Norwood. These are all spots within the path. Again, I think it stays north of Somerset unless it tries to take a hardcore southeasterly jog, which doesn't look like it's going to do that, but that's the only time I'd be really concerned about the city of Somerset. You got King B, Pointer, Ansel, I've already mentioned. You see 70 out there, and of course Eubank also included in the warned area, Brandon.
And Eubank, a pretty good sized city, and look right there, right past Eubank, it will be coming up rather in a few minutes on US 27. So a very heavily traveled road, just like US 23 in the Big Sandy. A very busy time of the day. I mean, we're coming up 2:30. It's literally time that schools will be letting out. You got people going to pick up kids. You've got buses that are running. You've got people that are out maybe go into the grocery store or whatnot. But again, this is a situation where it's going to roll through here at a pretty good clip. Let me see if I can find out exactly how fast. Looks like we're moving. This was moving even faster than the last one. This is moving to the east at 65 miles an hour. So these sails have a pretty good tendency.
That's Howland. Yeah, it's Howland.
To move pretty fast. And we saw a couple even earlier, and this not in our area, but back out to the west at 70 miles an hour. So these sails are moving really quickly. But again, just because they're moving quickly doesn't mean you should discard them, because they can cause a lot of damage in a short amount of time. So something you definitely have to watch out for and be in your safe place there as we head through into the next little bit. But moving now let's see here, just double check, moving east at 65 miles an hour. Penny-sized hail could accompany these, and of course, obviously, with damaging winds. So again, one of those situations we're going to continue to watch here over the next little bit. Let me double check something here real quick.
Let's take you off here over the next 15 minutes, because the next 15 minutes will be critical for that sail. There you see some of the places within the path. About 8,800 people affected as the storm's moving around east-northeast around 65 miles per hour. Magnum, you've got campground school in Pulaski. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, we were showing those all on the radar when we were looking at the warned area. The warnings, the way they do the warnings almost look like our storm tracks, but this gives you a better idea of what time it's going to be in your area. Now, I mentioned Somerset a minute ago. It's including the warning, but the way the storm is headed, it looks like it could pass just north of the city. It's in the warned area, so you need to take necessary precautions, but again, it looks like it may just be barreling more toward Science Hill, per se, here over the next 30 minutes, because that only took us out 15 minutes, so the next 30 minutes, so double that.
Now, you know, even though it may pull to the north of the city of Somerset, which is obviously the biggest city in Pulaski County, Science Hill, a pretty good sized area, Eubank,
right,
a lot of people there, and both of those right on busy US 27, so definitely need to get in your safe place. Now, Science Hill, especially Eubank, you have a few minutes. The storm is not right on top of you. You're probably seeing the outer edges of the rain, but the bulk of the system is still a couple minutes away. So like we mentioned, basement, lowest point in your home, interior hallway or room, and stay away from those windows. You want to get somewhere where you can be safe, because this system moving at a pretty good clip here, and you don't have a whole lot of time there, so you definitely want to be in those safe places now.
Right, so here's what we're talking about. We're talking about Science Hill. It could be headed directly for you, the storm possibly producing a tornado. Then you also have the community of Pulaski up here. These two areas really what I'm concerned about at this particular moment. Maybe as far down here as where you see the Norwood area. So if you are in any of these three locations that I have mentioned, keep that in mind, because it's headed generally in that area. So the storm, not a large storm by any means, not like the other cell that we were looking at a little while ago, but it certainly was a stout. This one is certainly a stout storm right now, Brandon.
And this cell came out of several counties out of our area in south central Kentucky, Adair and Casey, and no reports so far out of those counties. Still trying to see if there is, if we have any data coming in, but at this point, no reports of damage. Again, that doesn't mean anything, because it could just be taking it longer to get to us. But again, that could be a positive sign too, so we'll have to keep it waiting and see. But don't want to downplay the seriousness of this storm, because the possibilities definitely there for damaging winds, pretty good size hail, and maybe even a tornado. So I mean, we're going to continue to watch that. The rotation obviously there, it's indicated on Doppler radar that it's possible. So again, definitely want you to be prepared for this cell to move through there at a pretty good clip, and a lot of affected areas that are highly populated. So.
Right. Now, just now, coming across the Pulaski County line, the cell is really all of it, the bulk of it, coming across the Pulaski County line. And there you see it making a big-time jump, because it's moving at a pretty rapid rate. So, now coming closer to Pointer, King B, and some of these other locations. I'm trying to move the radar just ever so slightly for you folks. King B, as I was trying to highlight for you now, highlighting King B, also right in the path of our storm that's possibly producing a tornado in Pulaski County. And again, I keep going back and forth there to Science Hill, Pulaski, because it looks like it's just dead set on moving right through that area.
It may almost look like it splits the difference between them, so it may go right through both of them, at least on the leading edges of that. So both communities definitely need to be prepared. Anybody along US 27, if you know anybody traveling that busy road, Jim putting some more roads up there for you. There's Beech Grove Road. You've got Highway 3264. And a lot of other areas. Is that a new one?
It's a brand new set of severe thunderstorm warnings.
Yes, it is. So we got the tornado warning we're tracking here. Let me just rattle this one off to you real quick so you'll know. New severe thunderstorm warning for Breathitt, Floyd, Johnson, Knott, McGoffin, Martin, Morgan, Owsley, Perry, and Wolf until 3:15. So that's that same set of cells that was moving through parts of the same area up toward the Mountain Parkway and back down toward the Howard Rogers Parkway. So, again, it's a very small sliver of some counties.
Right.
But, again, basically those areas there you see highlighted until 3:15.
And again, 60, 70 mile per hour winds, certainly a good possibility with these severe thunderstorms, some large hail. So if you're in any of these warned areas, you need to go ahead and just be ready. Go ahead and take and get to your safe location, because at any time this could go tornadic. And even if it wasn't tornadic, I want to keep stressing this because it is so critical. These storms are still producing 60 mile per hour winds or more, and that's just as dangerous. So if you are in the severe thunderstorm warnings, you need to be in a safe location immediately.
Like we always tell anybody, Jim, I know you've done it, I've done it, anybody that asked us, if you put a warning on something, you want to take it seriously.
Right.
I mean, if we're watching, we're obviously watching like the tornado watch, flash flood. But if there's a warning on it, regardless if it's a severe thunderstorm warning, a flash flood warning, or even just a regular flood warning, tornado warning, it doesn't matter. If it's got the word warning on it, that means take action now. So again, situation could still be pretty damaging even with a severe thunderstorm warning. And like you mentioned, winds could still be at least 60 miles an hour, because that's the very minimum criteria that you have to have for a severe thunderstorm warning to be issued. So again, 60 mile an hour winds is nothing to play with regardless. So especially a situation like this, and you got your tornado warning here moving into parts of Pulaski County now. So again, definitely a situation where you want to be in your safe place, regardless if it's a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning, because you never know, like you mentioned, when the severe thunderstorm warning could intensify.
Right, absolutely. And I'm just going through different cycles of radar data. That's why you keep seeing it change there on the screen, just making sure what it looks like from top to bottom and all throughout the entire storm. Just to get a better idea of its overall profile, from the winds and the highest elevations of the storm to the lowest part of that storm, and all of it looking very intense. No doubt about that. Very intense thunderstorm that's now moving into Pulaski County. And we're out there on the edge of 2 radar sites, so getting all kinds of interesting information, all kinds of data streaming into our computer here, and that's what we're seeing. I'm going to try to get the automated storm tracks to pop up to see what they're thinking, see what the computer is really thinking, and what's happening embedded within the thunderstorm that you have there in Pulaski County, which, as we see, it's now in Pulaski County and moving right toward Science Hill.
Jim, we got a little bit more information. Now, this is not in Pulaski County, but this storm came out of Casey County and Adair County a few minutes ago. Reports of 1-inch hail coming out of South Fork Ridge, which is about 4 miles south of Liberty. So again, right there, that kind of gives you an idea that this is putting out some pretty good hail too, as it rolls over into parts of Pulaski County. And a lot of these storms today have been hailmakers. So again, situation there that you can't ignore that either, because even if you don't see the winds or if you don't see the tornadic activity, the hail, especially the bigger it is, can cause a lot of problems too.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right. As your phone vibrates me to death. As your phone vibrates over there, you're right. We have the other storm. I started noticing this one too. Very intense thunderstorm out to the west as well. Nothing active on it right now, but it certainly looks pretty strong here on radar, so we might have to deal with that as well here shortly, with maybe some warnings of some sort coming out of that. But again, we focus in on what we know and what we're dealing with, which is in Pulaski County and getting ready to cross US 27. The more intense sections of the thunderstorm going to cross over US 27 here shortly. I'm peeling through layers of the atmosphere again, just being curious to see how strong it is from top to bottom. And got a decent little hail core in there too. So
exactly, and that's kind of what it was showing over in Casey County. So
yeah,
that goes with that. And let's see if there's any new data. We have the first severe thunderstorm warning. We had the original one for Breathitt, Lee, McGoffin, and parts. This is basically parts of every county, but parts of Breathitt, Lee, McGoffin, Morgan, and Wolf allowed to expire. But there's still several other ones in effect across the region, and still a lot of storms moving through the area right now, but this is our only tornado warning at this point, the one in Pulaski County.
The one in Pulaski County, that's right. And years ago, This was known as Kentucky's very own Tornado Alley, and it still stands true because in Pulaski and Laurel counties, they have the most confirmed reports, especially side by side, of tornadoes. And I don't even know what the number is now. It's up there, maybe close to 20 in one county and maybe 18, 19 in the other. But this was Kentucky's very own Tornado Alley there for a long time. They had that many confirmed reports in each one. Now, you got to remember, Kentucky's not known for tornadic activity. We're not out in the plains where you have tornadoes every day during the season, just about. So when we get one, it's a rarity. So we could be dealing with just that right now, moving in Pulaski County, and that's why we're staying locked in on this area. And one of the pleasant things about being out toward Somerset, Science Hill, all these areas, is it's relatively flat. So the pleasant thing about that and weather is you can see a little more off in the distance, so you can see things coming. And they could certainly see some interesting things happening out there if you're in any of those communities that are highlighted right nearly in the middle of your screen. They're Floyd, Pulaski, Science Hill.
And you know, it's hard, or it's easy to forget this, but this is the last day of February.
Yeah.
So it's hard to believe that.
Should have been the first day of March.
Yeah,
normally.
Exactly.
Normally.
But, you know, for this year, it's the last day of February, leap year 29th. But even still, it's the severe weather season, it seems like, has gotten kicked up a little earlier this year. But that doesn't mean this trend will hold. But it just goes to show you, like Jim was talking about, this area a little bit more susceptible to the possibility for tornadoes. And, again, just an odd time of the year before we get into meteorological spring, which starts tomorrow. But again, it's just a odd situation to see. And this whole system, this whole massive system, even this part that's affecting us, been very dangerous in other parts of the country. Deadly tornadoes in parts of even as close as southern Illinois and southern Indiana this morning as this system crossed across the Ohio River into Kentucky. So again, not one to mess with at this point, especially anything that's got a warning on it, regardless if it's a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning, because I think people may not think as much of it because it's early, it's the time of the year where it can't be that bad. It doesn't matter. Any time of the year, like we always talk about, if the atmosphere is right, if the conditions are right, you can see a situation like this one.
One of the anniversaries that we had here recently on our First at 4 newscast was a deadly tornado in Athol, and that was the first deadly tornado of the year in the country, period. And that happened a couple of weeks ago, was the anniversary. But February we had a deadly tornado right here in eastern Kentucky, and hopefully we avoid that here today. But we're certainly seeing our fair share of the storms that could ignite that potential. And that's why we're on the air trying to encourage you to be in a safe location wherever that may be, whether it's in your basement, bottom floor of your house, your grandma's house, your neighbor's house. I don't care where you are as long as it's a safe place. And you need to get there, and you need to get there fast. Now, if you're in Pulaski or down toward Science Hill, you may be running out of time. You may need to just find the closest, safest location that you can possibly get to here. All right, as we switch up some of the radar data, you can see that still all of those areas under the gun as the storm is blasting through those locations right now. Now, it looks a little weaker out to our west, but still active with the tornado warning. That's not a confirmed report.
Yeah, no, it's kind of interesting, though.
Not a confirmed report.
We can see if we can confirm that.
Right. Yeah. All right. Yeah, let's get back to some of the radar data. And again, you see you've got northern sections of Pulaski County with this tornado warning for a little while longer. I'll give you the expiration time once again and give you who's under the gun. Russell County, you're all... they're clear. 3 o'clock for the rest of the warning there in the northern parts of Pulaski County, which takes us out to 2:40. We're at 2:48, so you're looking at takes out 12 more minutes here for Pulaski County. Starting to hear a little thunder rumbling, grumbling around Hazard as well now. Not associated with this storm, but we are seeing more of the storms finally in our area instead of just the hit and miss or isolated severe thunderstorm warning. It's really starting to crowd up here, and it's crowding up in a hurry.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, and again, like you were talking about earlier, these storms will continue to pull off to the east and to the south a little bit. So again, if you're not seeing these right now, the possibilities are still there that you may see these later today. So just because you may be along the Virginia border or down toward Hazard, don't let your guard down just yet, because remember that tornado watch is in effect at 9 o'clock for a reason, because the possibilities can still linger all the way up until then for that. But again, right now you see the central part of the area basically back out to the south, seeing the most of that. Several severe thunderstorm warnings out, and the one tornado warning back out in Pulaski County, but still no major reports coming in, which is good. Got a new report here, Jimmy, out of Pulaski County of some pretty good size hail here. I forget the exact designation for that one. But pretty good size coming in there as we head out through parts. It doesn't say where in Pulaski.
About nickel-sized hail.
Yeah, about nickel-sized hail there coming out of North Pulaski County, but it doesn't say where. So that'd be right in line there with the track of this system moving through there, right along US 27. Let's see here. Looks like the severe thunderstorm warning that was out for Jackson County was allowed to expire, but the one that was out for Breathitt, Lee, McGoffin, Owsley, and Wolf will continue here for a few more minutes until 3 o'clock.
There you see a whole batch of different warnings. I mean, it's truly a mess as far as the warnings are concerned, overlapping and interlocking all through that area. But numerous severe thunderstorm warnings out all through sections of the Big Sandy, and then back out toward Jackson County as well. As you mentioned, that one dropping, but it's still showing up on the computer, but it'll just take it a minute or two sometimes to completely drop off existence. So the data is streamlined because it's getting so much information right now. And there you see one of the other warnings that runs out till 3:15, highlighted on your screen. And what size hail do we have there? I can't really determine from just looking at the picture.
Just based, I mean, again, this could be closer up, but we just got a picture on Facebook of some hail here in West Liberty, maybe about, what do you think, pea size, maybe?
Could be.
Just based on the picture that we see. I mean, that's not, it may not be to scale, but just based on what we're seeing here. So.
Need to, when you take those pictures, have a comparison close to it. Have change handy and take those pictures, and when you submit them and show them to us, have it maybe next to a nickel or a quarter. That way we get a really good idea of how big the hail truly is. So just for future reference, that always helps us out so we can determine how big the hail is. Or if you have a bowl that it fits in this bowl, well, you know,
right.
There you go. I mean, show it to us. You're seeing sides hail getting hammered with the possibility of tornadic activity. And it's going to continue rolling right on through the eastern sections of Pulaski County as we're nearly halfway there with the storm that's possibly producing a tornado. Up next for it, you have 39, you have 461. These are two more roads that it will likely cross at some point at some particular area in the county before it moves out. And then we'll have to see what happens from there. See if it's extended, see if it's going to expire. We'll just have to wait and see. But again, getting all kinds of hail markers and hail reports today, and the environment will look more favorable for some strong wind development, which we've had, but not seeing any significant reports of wind damage other than the structural damage over in Morgan County a little earlier at the Woodman of the World building. Was that what it was? Yeah. Woodman of the World building over there in Morgan County, some damage done there. Still seeing signs of rotation very close to Science Hill within the last few minutes, according to the radar data set. And just to give you more information on which way that's headed and where looks like a particular column of air that was rotating, you see it now. You see Shopville, Bloss, Sand Springs, Bunch, all of these places within the path. And look at that, 60,000 people possibly affected. You're talking about some of the most populated counties in our area, in particular down there in Pulaski and over into Laurel County. So a ton of people in the path of this storm here right now, I mean, as it moves off toward the east. So let's keep that in mind as there you see it's moving over road number 1 that we were talking about a little while ago, coming in right on 39, and we'll be switching over to 461 in just a little while. I mean, there's just a few minutes time because it's racing off toward the north and east, generally northeast, east-northeast, at around 60 miles per hour, it looks like, with that cell. So still has a ton of potential, and we still have a ton of time to go because it's 2:53 right now. We're closing in on 3 o'clock for the expiration of the warning. And if the warning is extended and pushes over into Rockcastle County, Laurel County, we'll be right here with you and continue to follow its track as it heads into those areas and tries to cross Interstate 75, which it would do that within the next probably 30 minutes or so, roughly 30 minutes at the rate that it's traveling So I-75 could be the next target, regardless of whether there's a tornado associated with this storm or not. You are going to be dealing with a very, very strong storm with winds, maybe 70 miles per hour, maybe even higher than that from time to time. And I see you're looking at some information over there. What have you got new for us, Brandon?
Well, I got some information from the newsroom about that unconfirmed report we all saw a minute ago, but trying to get a little bit more info before we go with it on the air here. But again, situation may be over in the Big Sandy on that sale we saw earlier, but we're still looking at that. We don't want to definitely put anything unconfirmed on TV, but are out there to the public. So we're trying to get a little bit more information on that. I'll get that back to you here in just a second. But rain really started to come down here in Hazard. We're, I think, under that severe thunderstorm warning, at least the northern half of the county is. So rain coming down across a lot of the region, and several warnings still out, severe thunderstorm warnings, and that one tornado warning back out into parts of Pulaski County. They're moving right along, maybe getting closer to the I-75 corridor. So again,
there are just so many warnings. It's hard to keep up with that second batch because they overlap so much. There you see them. They overlap with so many different counties because of the way the warnings are drawn. You can highlight new tornado warning. They've extended it right there.
Yep, exactly.
But you can see they overlap and overlap and overlap all through Breathitt County, Knott County, Floyd County, Johnson County, Magoffin. I mean, it's all over the place and all the way up with those. Now, let me switch gears and go back out here and highlight the new tornado warning, which does include the city of London and the city of Mount Vernon, it looks like. So the new tornado warning, here's the information. It runs for Jackson, Laurel, Pulaski, Rockcastle. And what this means is just more of the eastern sections of Pulaski County taking a little time. That goes out to 3:30, so you got about 34 minutes left on the warning for this tornado warning that, again, crosses Interstate 75 and will continue to cause problems, it looks like. And we're not even in Hazard, not exactly in one of the cells causing some problems. We're certainly getting a lot of lightning, thunder, and
maybe a malfunction in our own studios.
Well, that's true.
Let me go see if I can take care of that.
Yeah, let's just flip that switch right there. That'd be a dandy idea. All right. But the new tornado warning has been issued, and it continues to work its way, as I mentioned a little while ago, toward Interstate 75. And it looks like it's going to cross very close to the, at this point, just by looking at the way the trajectory is, it could probably cross close to the Laurel County Rockcastle line. I'm talking there when I'm relative to Interstate 75. That's what I'm talking about in particular there. That could be the area that it crosses here very shortly because it's still moving around 65, 70 miles per hour off toward the east-northeast. But I keep mentioning the general flow of the entire system still pulls everything off toward the southeast. And we're going to try to zoom in for you here in just a moment as the radar is still analyzing plenty of data coming in here from all of the new warnings, all of the storms, the watch, everything that's coming our way, because not only are we talking about this, we're talking about the potential for flooding as well. There you see Hazel Patch, you got Lunar, Pongo, Livingston, many other locations. Now, where's that picture?
West Liberty. That's what we were talking about earlier. Some damage reports now coming in from West Liberty.
That looks like more than just some minor structural damage to me.
Exactly. If that's the same building we were getting the report on earlier, just to the south there, that's a, let's see if we can see
I can get that picture.
Just, grab that.
If you'll just talk about the weather for a minute, I can get the picture.
I got you covered. That's why we're tag team situations like this. So one can do one thing and the other one can take over. But again, now getting some unconfirmed reports. We actually have a picture that Jimmy's working on out of Morgan County of some damage. Steve Hensley just sent this to me from our newsroom. At least 2 buildings possibly damaged. This is from a viewer. This is not from official sources. At least 2 buildings possibly damaged in Morgan County near West Liberty. But again, some things still coming in here fast and furious. Have not gotten any reports here. Let's see here. Also, some more unconfirmed information coming in, so we're trying to get some more information in here, maybe from West Liberty, which sounds like they may have taken a pretty hard hit Jimmy. After all, some new reports coming in here. Let's see here. Now, we do have information. This is confirmed through our newsroom. This is part of the unconfirmed data we were talking about earlier. Three Rivers Medical Center over in Louisa, they are on a code black, which is that lockdown they do for severe weather, which, was understandable because the tornado warning just coming through there a little while ago. We've heard some other unconfirmed reports, but we're still trying to get some information in on that. And Melissa Dazzotti, who used to work here, now works with our sister station in Lexington, is in Morgan County. That's the picture you're trying to work on right now, and it looks like there is some significant damage. Let's go back to the cell that we're looking at right here, coming into parts of the Cumberland Valley here, back toward I-75, and this is the cell that's got the new tornado warning on it here, going until 3:45 for parts. Wait a minute, this may be an absolutely new one, Jimmy. Hold on just a second. We may have a brand new tornado warning. We do have a brand new tornado warning.
Do you remember the cell I was talking about a little earlier? We need to watch it.
Yep,
Potential.
that's the one.
That's the cell.
But,
and let me
okay.
back up a little bit here.
Let's see here. Actually, some new information coming in through the National Weather Service, too. Let me get this tornado warning out here real quick. But maybe some damage reports out of Louisa.
Tornado. Let me go ahead and give you the tornado warning while you work on your tweet over there. Here's the information that we have. Tornado warning McCrary, Pulaski, and Wayne counties up until 3:45. 3:45, you have the new tornado warning. This is a completely different one if you folks are in Pulaski County. We're not talking about the one that's going to go into Rockcastle and Laurel. We're talking about one that's going to come in from your south, and it's going to be rolling through Wayne County, southern sections of Pulaski County, and then the northern sections of McCrary County. And there you see the brand new warning, how it's laid out right
almost
there.
Almost back to back on each other, right behind each other. One side we're lining up right at the other. You work on that picture. I'll kind of talk about this now that we got everything situated. Some new reports coming in here. Haven't heard anything yet out of this area, but again, we've got those two tornado warnings there for parts of several different counties. The one now moving into parts of the I-75 corridor and the one back along the 127 corridor. But we also have, again, the cells that are moving through here, and this one here showing a little bit of the possibility, at least on Doppler rotation, so that the key of that cell moving off to the east. Let me see if I can get some speeds here. The one moving through parts of Jackson, or could be moving into parts of Jackson, Laurel, Pulaski, and Rockcastle, moving at a pretty good clip there, 55 miles an hour, and it's moving to the east and just a little bit to the north of Somerset there. So you see that cell, and also we're tracking the one. Let me zoom out here just a little bit for you, kind of get both of them on the screen there and show you what we're looking at. The possibilities for both of these having rotation characteristics with the tornado warning coming in through there into parts. Now, that one coming out of, I believe that is Casey County and Adair County, moving into parts of McCreary County and Wayne County there. Not quite into Wayne County just yet. It's just outside of Pulaski and Wayne counties. It's probably going to clip the northwestern section of Wayne County and then going into the southwestern parts of Pulaski County. That's behind the original tornado warning that was originally out for Pulaski County. And you probably hear the heavy rain coming down here at the studios in Hazard from the severe thunderstorm warning. But we've also got that a tornado warning that's rolling into parts of the I-75 corridor there, and we will continue to see that coming through the next little bit. Heavy rain falling here in Hazard, but we're tracking mainly these two systems here back off to the south and to the west back along the I-75. That's the ones we have the tornado warnings on at this point. So again, let's go back down here and show you some of the areas affected. This one, the leading edge is literally coming across parts of I-75 now back up toward Rockcastle County into the Mount Vernon area, just to the south right there along Livingston, right there on the border of Laurel County, down toward Pungo, Van Hook, Stab, and Squibb. That's where you're seeing the leading edge and the bulk of that system across parts of the area. We're going to continue to see things get a little bit more active across those areas as that storm continues to roll through there. And we're also going to see, going back down to the south just a little bit, we're also going to see that second cell that's going to move into parts of, eventually into Wayne and into parts of Pulaski and McCreary counties. They're trying to get its act together now across parts of those areas. Let me put this back on here for you. Again, that second tornado warning just being issued there, and a lot of heavy rain A lot of possibilities for hail coming down with both of these cells here. Let me take you out just a little further and show you both of those. So again, we're going to continue to watch both of those cells over the next few minutes. I think one expires at 3:45 and the other one may be at 3:30. I'm not exactly sure on that second one there, but I believe that's what it is. But both those going for a few more minutes just after 3 o'clock here. If you're just joining us, let's recap for you. Tornado warnings out, a couple of different ones for parts of a couple of different counties. One for part of Pulaski and McCreary and Wayne County. The other one for parts of Laurel, going back into Jackson, Rock Castle, and those areas going this afternoon here. And that's the system that originally came through parts of Pulaski County, and we're going to continue to see that roll through as we head in the next little bit. Let me take you out to the wider picture here just for a second to show you a lot of heavy rain moving through parts of the area. You see a pretty good little line all the way from the West Virginia border all the way back into parts of southern Kentucky. So again, we're going to continue to monitor these cells here for as long as we need to, because we still have those 2 active tornado warnings at this point. Let me take you back down into parts of southern Kentucky here where the 2 tornado warnings are. But really a situation where we're going to have to continue to watch these here for the next few minutes because they're Doppler radar indicated. We don't have any reports of that actually, any funnel clouds or any tornadoes on the ground. So we're going to continue to watch that. Now, some new reports coming in from the National Weather Service. Let's see here. Mainly hail in that cell from Louisa a little while ago. Reports, okay, Jim, we got some new reports from West Liberty. Trees down and structures damaged on 191 and 460, which we kind of knew that already. And reports of golf ball size hail coming in from the 911 call center in Pulaski County near Woodstock, and also some power lines down near the Fallbush area. So again, very powerful system, very high winds possible with this system, and again, hail and heavy rain are threats as well. And again, some of these systems or these cells here trying to show some rotation back down into parts of southern Kentucky. Now, again, this bulk of this first cell is moving into parts of Rock Castle County, northern Laurel County, and going eventually toward Jackson County. There you see McKee off in the distance. But right now, if you're in Mount Vernon, if you're in points in the northern half of Laurel County, let me take you down a little further. We can see some of the communities here. Hazel Patch, Mershons, Cruz, Livingston. You guys are right on the edge of this thing, and it's moving fast, so you need to be in your safe. You should have already been in your safe spot, but you definitely need to be in there now, especially if you're to the east of these areas here going through the next little bit. And it's clipping several different counties. That's what's spawning the tornado warnings for those areas. Let me take you back out here a little bit and show you some of those polygons and some of the warnings there as we go across parts of the region. So we're going to continue to see that roll through there a little bit going into the next little bit. Let's see what we got here. More reports from the National Weather Service. This kind of sounds like we're working on here to show you this picture of more reports of structural damage coming in from Morgan County. So that's that cell that was under the tornado warning earlier. And that one, at one point, Jim, was really well defined. And we're going to continue to track these here into parts of southern Kentucky. But at least at this point, we have not gotten any major reports of damage out of southern Kentucky at this point. Just hail, basically, and some power lines down. Let me see what we have here. Okay. That unconfirmed report we had a while ago was not true, so that's good that we didn't go with that. Okay. We are getting reports from our newsroom that there's been an emergency command center set up in Morgan County. So they're trying to get all that situated now, and they're trying to
just goes to show you how dangerous the situation is out there in Morgan County now.
Exactly.
Yes.
And I mean, even though that's off in the distance and we're tracking these tornado warnings in parts of southern Kentucky, a lot of reports of damage still coming in across the northern half of the area. But right here, let's focus on these 2 cells right now, because these are the ones we have the active tornado warnings on, and Jim's working on a picture to show you some of the damage up in Morgan County. But right now, moving through the Livingston area, just to the south of Mount Vernon and heading toward Annville. So if you're in that area, if you're along Highway 30, if you're along Interstate 75, the bulk of that system literally trying to get in now, moving in from the Pulaski County side into Rock Castle County, and will clip the northwestern portions of Laurel County. So it's north of the city of London. That's good news there, because a lot of people traveling this time of the day on Interstate 75 and some of the bigger roads, but north of the city of London at this point. Now Annville and possibly McKee may be seeing this in the next little bit here over the next few minutes, and I believe
we're going to be ready here for just a second to get that information out there to you, and to show you exactly what we're talking about, the damage in Morgan County, because it looks pretty rough, at least from one picture. And if it didn't affect anything else, then that'd be wonderful. But at least in one location, certainly some welcome news. Let's try to get getting all of our information out here, Brandon, trying to get all of our ducks in a row to get our picture in, and that way we can show everyone what we're seeing.
Well, you've got your picture. You work on that for a second. I got some new information here. This is from our newsroom. This is per the judge executive in Morgan County, Tim Conley. They are under a state of emergency. A state of emergency has been declared. No injuries. That's great news. We're glad to hear that, definitely. Malone and Grassy Creek areas affected and structural damage. There could be some homes and churches and businesses in the area. No Red Cross involvement at this point, but they're saying that there is extensive structural damage, and we got a picture here we're going to try to show you in just a moment.
Take the severe weather tips on the other computer, please. I'm going to pop those up for you, and when we get those up, I want you to...
That way we can switch over.
We can switch over here for just a second, and you can see those severe weather tips.
There we go.
There you go. Take those, please.
There we go. Let's walk through those while Jim's getting that ready. Again, the two areas under those tornado warnings back down into parts of southern Kentucky. Go to a basement or lowest point of your home, interior room or hallway. Stay away from those windows and those mobile homes. Just try to find you a safe spot to be. Not saying that they're not safe overall, but again, just history has shown that, especially if you get some stronger wind, that those can be tipped over. So again, those areas there. Let me recap the tornado warnings here with you. Tornado warnings in effect in a couple of different counties here. We've got, let's see here, parts of Jackson, Laurel, Pulaski, and Rockcastle until 3:30, so about 20 more minutes for that. You guys under a tornado warning, and also parts of McCreary, Pulaski, and Wayne counties under a tornado warning until 3:45. Both of these systems will be pretty quickly. 55 miles an hour on the first one there, and it's affecting the I-75 counties, and 60 miles an hour rather on the other one that's affecting the southern counties. And are you ready to switch back over there, you think?
Yeah, let's give it just another second here. Just keep talking about those tips.
Absolutely.
I've got the picture right. I got to get the radar back to where it was.
You're fine. I got you covered. But again, it's just a situation where you definitely want to be in your safe spot. You want to be prepared. You want to be ready for that, especially if you're in eastern parts of Rockcastle County, Jackson County. That's where it's coming toward at this point. We're going to continue to monitor that for the next few minutes. That's the first cell. And then the second cell now trying to get its act together and move into parts of northern Wayne County and into parts of southwestern Pulaski County, so kind of traveling along the same track as the last cell that came through there, which started the new warning in Pulaski only at 3 o'clock, or that it was set to expire at 3 o'clock, but now got those two new ones going in. We've got major reports of some structural damage in parts of West Liberty, and I believe we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning just coming out here. Let me see what we've got. New severe thunderstorm warning for... Let's see. There it is. Breathitt, Floyd, Johnson, Knott, McGoffin, Martin, and Pike. And that runs right up till 4 o'clock, first and 4 news time. So, again, we're going to continue to see here. Let's see what here.
And you can switch back to the radar now, and I'll show the warning, the information, the newest information coming into play here that Brandon was talking about, that new warning. I'll peel some layers of radar data off, and there you see a whole new batch of warnings that are currently moving through our area here. And let's highlight the information so you can see it better. There you see up to 4, Breathitt, Floyd, Johnson, Knott, McGoffin, Martin, Pike. That's what he just said, 4 o'clock for those areas. Now, what I also want to do is I want to show you the picture that we've been referring to, the damage over in Morgan County. There you can see it taken from a car, but some serious damage to the structure there, the building off in the distance you could see, and even looks like the car may have been involved. You can see the car right there. Could have also been involved with some of the damage as well. Again, we're not sure if that's the Woodman of the World building or not. We know that was the building that was reported earlier. But not 100% sure on that. So I'll jump it back over to the radar now so we can see what's happening with some of the latest information coming in here with the radar and what's going on with the new warnings down to our south as well. Brandon, and you've got some information over there you've been looking through.
I do. We've been sorting through it. And again, let's recap just a little bit here. A new report coming in from another media source, but no reports of that. I've been trying to check our Facebook and Twitter feeds to see if we have any reports from viewers on that. But at this point, no reports on that. So definitely don't want to put that out there until we have something confirmed. But again, structural damage in Morgan County. We have the 2 tornado warnings in parts of southern Kentucky there. And Jim zoomed in on those sales right now. I'm double checking some other things here just to see what we have, if we have anything else being reported. Lots of reports of heavy rain, lots of reports of thunder and lightning, some hail across the area. Let me check the Weather Service chat here. The severe thunderstorm warning that was for Breathitt, or parts of Breathitt, Floyd, Johnson, Knott, McGoffin, Martin, and Perry counties allowed to expire. We've got a couple still going there. Again, Okay, here we go. This is a new report out of Pulaski County. This is from the National Weather Service. A spotter has reported following a funnel cloud with the storm that was northeast of Somerset. So that was the first one that rolled through there, going through parts of Rock Castle and northern Laurel counties and exiting toward the I-75. Said it almost touched the ground a few times, but no debris yet. So that might, let me emphasize that, might turn into be a possible tornado. But at this point, the spotter just saying that it was a funnel cloud that almost touched the ground, and that was northeast of Somerset. So again, that came in about 5 minutes ago.
So yeah, it's been just a little while ago when it was over positioned into northeastern sections of Pulaski County, and probably a little bit longer than when it was actually close to Somerset. So it's been a little while that he probably actually got to see that and got the information out and through the channels. But the storm itself out there getting ready to pass over. The same storm, by the way, that we were just talking about there with the possible funnel cloud, is getting ready to cross over Interstate 75 here within the next few minutes. Already starting, I mentioned that it probably crossed somewhere close to the border there for Rock Castle and Laurel County. I mentioned that 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, feels like. And that's going to be the first section that sees some of the intensity. But a lot of it's still built up down toward the southern end. The southern extent of this severe thunderstorm possibly producing a tornado, Brandon, that's crossing, again, I-75, getting out of Pulaski County, at least this one, the northern parts of Pulaski County. And now it's moving into Laurel County, another heavily populated area, and will continue its trek off toward the east-northeast over the next 20, 30 minutes here. Warnings going up, severe thunderstorm warning going up until 4 o'clock. Tornado warning not quite that long.
And the National Weather Service just announced they were going to continue that until 3:30, the one we're looking at right here. So
as they should. As they should. So you see the expiration time there on your screen. You've got the 3:30 time, Jackson, Laurel, Pulaski, and Rock Castle counties. So not into Jackson yet. It's still over into Laurel County, but we'll be heading your general direction here shortly.
Exactly. Now, that let's see what we've got here. Some new information may be coming in. Moving east at 55 miles an hour. Looks like we may have a new severe thunderstorm warning popping up here. Let me see if we've got some information. Okay.
You got Floyd County, Breathitt County, Johnson County, Knott County, Martin, Pike, and also McGoffin County included in a new severe thunderstorm warning. And
goes until 4 o'clock.
I'm going to sweep you over to that, or maybe it's just an update comes out.
That's what I was thinking, because I haven't seen an update here yet. Yeah. So maybe that's just the same one that's already in, because we've already got that one in effect. Let's see.
I'll get you back over there to the severe thunderstorm warning, and you can see why.
Yeah,
it's pretty interesting looking setup here as it's moving through, looks like Floyd County right now, and Martin County really seeing quite a bit of it as well. 4 o'clock, the expiration time on the severe thunderstorm warning. And Pike County not seeing any of this activity quite like the rest of the folks have been just yet, but it is coming. And if you're in southern Floyd County, you haven't been seeing it, but you certainly have the possibility with the way the storm is traveling here and will travel over time and down into Knott County as well. You can see in the northern sections of the county seeing some pretty intense activity, and that's why you're included in on this. And it'll be crossing Highway 80 here shortly, very shortly. In Knott County, as near the Knott and Floyd County line, you will see it begin to cross over and start to cause some more issues once you get into southern sections of Floyd County. So that's what I was talking about when I said you'll certainly have your opportunity here too if you're out toward McDowell or Grethel and some of those places in southern sections of Floyd County are very close. And really coming down toward Livingston, and now more and more of this tornado warning showing up across northern parts of Laurel County, and it'll move into Jackson County here shortly, because all of them under the gun here until 3:30. That's expiration time on this warning, and they're going to keep it out for a little while longer. Pulaski County, the first tornado warning, that is out of your hair now, but you still have some development down to the south. You still have the second tornado warning that was posted a little while ago, and that's what you're looking at here, which includes Wayne County, McCreary County, and that goes out until 3:45. 3:45. But I'm not seeing much as far as intensity is concerned on radar. There may be some other characteristics, because sometimes those storms can really fool you, and haven't had the chance to check deep within that storm to see what it looks like with rotation factors. But we'll continue to monitor that one as well, because rotation is certainly a factor in the possibility of a tornado existing within the thunderstorm. It could happen here within the next few minutes at any time. If it's got the characteristics, it could certainly drop a tornado here at any moment, Brandon.
I remember we've had the report out of this cell here of a funnel cloud when it was still in parts of Pulaski County, so that gives you a little bit more of the possibility there that could be the case. The spotter's saying that it got close to, excuse me, reaching the ground at times, but didn't quite get there. So again, in those areas, you want to make sure that you're keeping an eye out. Also, just got a report from the McGoffin County. Excuse me, McGoffin County Emergency Management, that that cell that moved through parts of there, no damage earlier, so that's good. That's
good.
The same one.
Of course, it was a very small section, you know, and pretty much the warning missed the entire area, but it was...
that's the one that got Morgan more than anybody.
Right, it slammed Morgan right through the city of West Liberty, and that's the picture we showed you a little while ago, and we'll probably show you again here in a few minutes, just to give you the idea of what was happening earlier on this afternoon, but not quite as bad at this point with getting the damage reports. But again, sometimes it takes a little time for those to trickle in. And power outage is a big concern, Brandon. You're going to get any type of strong wind with as saturated as the ground has been here over recent weeks due to all the rainfall we have received. It's easy for trees to come uprooted and fall onto the power lines. So power issues could become a problem in many areas experiencing some of these thunderstorms. Now, it's always the case, but right now we've got some more favorable conditions. It may not take quite as much as it normally would have in order to get to that level. And now you see that I'm still following the storm in northern parts of Laurel County. It's crossing Interstate 75. Not looking as intense as it did earlier, but the rotation factor is still embedded within the storm, and that's what keeps the storm alive. That's what keeps the warning alive, and that's what's going to keep it out for another 9 minutes. 9 minutes on the tornado warning.
That first cell, anyway.
The first cell, right.
Right.
The other, I'm not so sure about. It looks to have weakened quite a bit earlier, and we'll go back and check on it again, as it's just now north of Burnside and is extending out toward the east. But still, it had some very intense characteristics earlier. I'll tell you, we kind of picked that one up and looked at the data, but quiet on the backside of that. However, I was looking at the view of the radar on a broader scope a moment ago, and
right there,
you're seeing some more development just out to the back. So there's still the potential for some more thunderstorms here coming, even as this system swipes itself on through. Now, another factor that we also have to throw into consideration, actual cold front has not dragged into Kentucky yet, and it still might have quite a bite and could still likely produce some strong storms. Now, here's the good news. These storms that we're seeing right now are working the atmosphere over pretty good, and sometimes it can take all of the energy that's been bottled up and make it a hard go for any further development later on. So let's hope that's what happens out here today, because that's the last thing we need to have to deal with is more severe weather and more strong storms here going into the evening and into the overnight hours, because we already have the flood concern, and we all know that flood concern is heightened at night because people traveling may not know that the water is over the road and may just run up on a water-covered road and get into all sorts of trouble that way. Exactly.
New reports coming out of West Liberty here. I mean, I know that we're focusing in on southern Kentucky with these tornado warnings, but executive state of emergency, we knew that. Reports of houses, barns, and buildings all flattened. That's the new data coming in. State and road crews are out surveying damage. Most damage is off Highway 191. Again, no reports of anyone injured. And Grace Baptist Church, we're now being told, has significant damage. But at this, what I've got from our newsroom is it wasn't an active church. So that's, I don't know if that means that there wasn't anybody in at the time, or that maybe it was just a church building that wasn't in use. But again, we're still seeing the reports coming out of Morgan County, and then with this same cell, we've got highlighted right here on the screen for you that we've got reports of a funnel cloud coming with this system here out of the next little bit. Let me see if we got anything new on that. No, but we had a funnel cloud reported with this same system as it came through parts of Pulaski County, northeast of Somerset. So again, we're going to continue to see that here for a little while longer. Until 3:30. That's about 7 minutes away, and we also have the one on the backside of that for parts of Wayne, McCreary, and Pulaski counties that goes until 3:45.
Until 3:45. So a ton of time left here to cover and follow these severe thunderstorms as they move through Pulaski County, Laurel County right now. Again, this is our concern. This is Laurel County storm, what you're seeing right there on your screen. And I'll just plot the information one more time so you can see the expiration, who's included: Jackson, Laurel, Pulaski, and Rockcastle. This cell is out of Pulaski County. There's another cell down toward the southern sections of the county that we'll go check out here in just a moment. So just give us a second on this one. But you see all of the counties highlighted here as far as on the screen, with the warning up until 3:30 this afternoon. So plenty of time left on the other warning. That's going to be the issue, because that warning runs all the way out until 3:45, which is what I'm going to take you out and visit now. But as I mentioned a little while ago, just not looking quite as intense as it did a little earlier, but still moving through. Okay, the tornado warning for east central Pulaski County is canceled, which is the one we're looking at right there.
Exactly, the one on the backside, yep.
So certainly looks like the characteristics of bad or strong storm, or the strong characteristics have started to really fall apart. But then you see we go back up here to the other cell. The other cell still showing the rotation factor. And here's the way this travels out over time. You can see some of the communities. It's moving east at around 50 according to the computer data. Now, the computer data suggesting that about 36,000 people affected, headed toward East Birdstadt, Maplesville, Peoples, Anvil, Grace, Birding Springs, all of those spots here, with up until around 3:51. The expiration for this is at 3:30. Now, hopefully the rotation will die out and this will become more of a minor issue. But at this point, it continues to show at least the twisting of the winds, and twisting violently enough to where it would say that we could offer a tornado warning for the area. And that's what's happening right there in Laurel County as it continues to move off. Now, that data was just a little bit older. It came in from a few minutes ago, but nonetheless, still an issue, because it was still right on with what was happening. But weather changes every single minute, and that's what we're following right now with the live radar.
New tornado warning just issued for Clay, Jackson, Laurel, and Rockcastle. This cell right here until 4 o'clock. That's right up until first at 4 news time. But again, that same cell continuing to roll through there until 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, and so there you go. As I was just talking about, still showing the characteristics within the last few minutes. And guess what? They extend that warning out even more, and that just comes in north of Manchester. But you can see a big chunk of the area for the new tornado warning that runs till 4 o'clock. Clay, Jackson, Laurel, and Rockcastle counties, all within the line of this thunderstorm that could be producing a tornado. And it's the one we've been following here, and it's also coming from the data or from the storm report that suggests they saw a funnel cloud. Never reached the ground, but they did see a funnel cloud out in Pulaski County. So we've got the history on this cell. This was a new one for us earlier, but now we're getting to see what kind of characteristics it has. And so far, funnel cloud, the biggest issue that I've seen with it. And maybe some hail too. Maybe hail reports coming in out of that cell.
Let's see what we've got here. Latest, moving east at 45. It slowed down just a little bit.
Some, yeah, with just a few minutes time.
Still looks very stout. I mean, very compacted on radar there. You can see it moving through parts of I believe that is, was that Rockcastle County there?
And that's that Laurel County and going into
Gotcha.
Jackson County right now, right over Victory. And as I mentioned a minute ago with one of the storm tracks, Ed Peoples also included in the mix. And then you've got places like Boggertown over there, and as we continue our eastward trek with this severe thunderstorm, possibly producing a tornado and extending the warning out until 4 o'clock. It's 3:28 now, and we have 32 minutes left on our warning. So we're going to watch it. Now, I'm going to be honest, if you look at it, you're going to say, that doesn't look that bad. Well, just because it doesn't look bad doesn't mean that the inside of the storm is not twisting and spinning. That's the thing. You have a lot of strong winds embedded inside the storm that continue to twist. So again, I know we all look for, when we first see the radars, like, oh wow, the purples, all of those deep colors, you're like, wow, that looks bad. Sometimes that can be more of a rain producer, or sometimes it can be a hail producer. What's going on inside of the storm is, again, the spinning of the winds. You get that violently rotating column of air that we all know is a tornado, or the signature on radar, and that's what we're watching right now, at least for that potential here in Laurel County. That's why it's still alive. So again, don't let the radar fool you. It could still certainly have all of those nasty developments on the inside of the storm.
Exactly. Remember that a little further from the radar site too, so just now coming really into prime scanning range. So once it gets a little closer, we may be able to see the characteristics a little better, but still a very impressive looking storm on radar as is. And you see some of the roads there that Jim is highlighting. There's Highway 30 coming up on that. You've got Victory Road, Highway 577, Boggs Road, Sugar Camp Road, down toward Greenmount. You got Dan Gabbard Road and Roy Black Road. Down toward Atlanta, getting a pretty good little pounding right now with the storm moving through there. Dixon Branch Road. So just give you an idea of where this is going through here in the next few minutes.
Right, and again, it's in Laurel County, the bulk of it in Laurel County at this particular moment, but not in Clay County yet, even though they were added on to the warning a few minutes ago. Still not into your neck of the woods just yet. If you're seeing anything right now, which is general rainfall, it's not associated with the main cell that we're concerned about. City of Manchester not included in on our newest tornado warning. Now, you would certainly be added to a severe thunderstorm warning here shortly, perhaps, but you're not in a tornado warning right now unless the other cell tries to materialize and really move off toward the north and east here. But at this moment, the City of Manchester not included in our tornado warning. And tornado warning still in effect. Let's go back out and check that one.
Did they reissue? Let me see.
Let's check that out. All right, we're going to another storm. Out
the one that was originally for 345.
And you've got McCreary, Pulaski, and Wayne County until 345. The storm remains out. A very small section of McCreary County. And already out of Wayne County, by the way. So Wayne County, you are, it looks like, in the clear now. You're dealing with some general green. And you got another cell down to the south, but the general green just showing general showers, and that's why I call it general green. It's not that big of a deal with just the regular old rain showing up, but still possible tornadic activity embedded within this thunderstorm, which looked like some of the data we got earlier suggested otherwise, but still trying to hold on to at least some of the tornadic characteristics. But this one appearing stronger and likely to affect the folks there in southern Jackson County and going into northern Clay County here within the next few minutes. And they just reissued that one as well, Clay, Jackson, Laurel, and also Rockcastle County.
Now, we were talking about this a few minutes ago, just pulled up the Kentucky Power website. We do have some outages now. I don't know if they're storm-related, but they are in some of the counties that we did see some of the stronger storms go through, like Lawrence County has about 100 and so outages. So nothing too major, nothing like we had with the snowstorm we had the other day. But again, power outage is possible, a situation like this across the board. Martin County, about 100 customers or so. Johnson County, 177. Breathitt County, 126.
And this is just Kentucky Power.
Right.
We're not getting over to Licking Valley, RACC for Morgan County. I've checked their website before. I've been able to find any power outage linkage over there, but
let me see if I can come up with something
covered by a completely different service. So I highly suspect there are numerous power outages and problems over there. And of course, you know what, just to reiterate this, something that we talk about too from time to time, do not go around any downed power line. Stay away from them, and mainly tell the kids, if they try to get around anything like that, tell them do not get around any downed power lines. That could cost them their lives. Again, watching a storm across Laurel County, Jackson County, and eventually into Clay County for the potential of tornadic activity. This runs all the way out until 4 o'clock. So we have plenty of time left with this storm, and it's slowed its flow just a little bit. It's slowed down. Let me clear our data, and it's slowed down to about 45 miles per hour. It was coming in pretty hot earlier, but now slowing down to around 45. So let me take it out 30 minutes, or right at 30 minutes.
Okay. New report, same cell here, sorry to interrupt you, but we just got confirmed through our newsroom that Pulaski County High School is on lockdown. So this cell that came through there right around the time school let out, the administrators kept those kids in there, and they have got them on lockdown. We don't know if exactly when that's going to let up, but some kids right there being kept in a safe location during the storm rolling through in Pulaski County. So there's some information on that front.
All right, and back to the current warning that is affecting around 8,100 people. You have Anvil, Hurd, High Knob, all of these places in the path of this storm up until 4 o'clock. Even the community of Brutus, you have Gobbard, all of them in the path of the storm. And again, about 8,120 people within the path of this storm, staying away from Manchester right now, of course, but certainly could cause some problems in northern sections of Clay County and southern Jackson County. Brandon has some more information here for us.
Yeah, it looks like, I'm just trying to sort through this, it looks like the second warning we had a few minutes ago, the one down to the south, it does look like Pulaski was canceled out of that warning because they just issued a new warning, a tornado warning for McCreary and Wayne counties only, and that runs until 4 o'clock as well. So that must be that cell.
This new cell,
yeah, right
here,
there.
Third cell, yeah.
So that's the new part of that cell. That's a new one just for the southern half of that area, literally moving east, and that eventually, if it holds together at this point, might eventually move toward Williamsburg in the city of in the county of Whitley County over that way. So something to kind of keep in mind. But Stearns, Pine Knot, all you folks in the path of this system here moving through, it was just about 7 miles southeast of Albany as of just a few minutes ago. So again, that kind of gives you an idea where it was. There's Albany on the map right there on 127, but this moving straight east at 55 miles an hour.
A brand new tornado warning. We have 3 different warnings out right now, all of them around this newest one right on the Kentucky-Tennessee border. And that's for Wayne County and McCreary County. And you can see it's got the characteristics right there showing some rotation. And here's just a general storm track for that. About 22,000 people being affected from Cooper to Barrier to Gregory, Slavens, all of those locations within the path here shortly. And the expiration time is at 4, but so we'll stop at Slavens and see what happens beyond that, see how it will affect the folks there. In Stearns, or whether it can hold together, and maybe, as Brandon mentioned, it could even come rolling toward the folks in Whitley County. So another tornado warning. That's for just Wayne and McCreary counties at this point. Then you have another tornado warning out for McCreary, Pulaski, and Wayne up until 3:40.
So 2 separate warnings.
3:45. 2 completely separate warnings. That cell is now long gone this is one I was talking about earlier. Northern parts of Wayne County, Monticello, you're in the clear, you're fine. Just the general rainfall for you. Then our other warning that looks even more promising as far as just intensity, just general intensity on radar. We have that out as well for all of these areas, which includes Clay County, Jackson County, Laurel County, and Rockcastle County. But the bulk of it out of Laurel County now, but you might have another warning come your way if the other shows potential and can hold together, the one that's right now in southern parts of Pulaski County. So if it keeps everything going the way it has, at least on radar, you could certainly find yourself with another warning as well for a completely different area that might favor more toward the city of London and southern parts of Laurel County. So we just have to wait and see. But right now that just kind of generally looks like the track that this storm will be traveling on over the next 20-30 minutes. That expiration time is at 3:45. So, but I'm talking beyond the expiration to see where it goes, and which would be eventually into Laurel County. So 3 different active tornado warnings, and not getting much information in right now on these storms. Hopefully that's a good thing. Hopefully that what we're seeing is just purely cosmetic and just radar information, and not actual damage, not actual winds, not major problems that will be continuing. But we also have a whole bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings that were issued a little while ago, and you can see that they continue all across Pike County over into Floyd County, Martin County for a little while longer, and even a small section of Knott County. That continues up until 4 o'clock, which right now it's 3:38. 3:38, and then you have again numerous other storms that are going to try to develop that could spark even more development, even more severe thunderstorms here as we head through the rest of the afternoon and into the evening hours.
New word from the newsroom out of the lockdown over at Pulaski County. That lockdown, or excuse me, the lockdown was lifted and kids are okay to leave now. So if you're going to try to pick those kids up at Pulaski County, I believe that's at the high school right there in Somerset, they're saying that it's okay to pick those kids up now. But still, a decent little sail moving off to the just to the east of the city of Somerset. So something you want to take care of right there, especially if you have to travel down 192 or 27 to get those kids, pick them up. You may still want to be, very careful, because at this point we still have the warning on that sail, the tornado warning on that sail. So I mean, you may want to wait just a few minutes. I think that expires at 3:45. So about 6 minutes from now, that will be allowed to expire. But again, the school officials are telling us that the lockdown is lifted, but still may want to wait just a few minutes, because again, that's a tornado warned sail still moving through parts of eastern Pulaski County there, right along 192, just past 27.
And I don't know how the school districts are sliced up. I don't know what part of the county would have to go here, what part of the county would have to go there, and I don't know which way they'd be coming from. So if you're coming along 192, I definitely would just stay put. Or if you're sitting in Somerset right now, I'd just stay put just for a little while longer, just until the warning passes, because once it really clears out of the county, you're going to be fine for a little while. The storms are mainly to the south of you now, and the next one will likely not affect the folks in Pulaski County at all due to the way it's heading. It'll be more toward McCrary and on into Whitley County, as you see there on your screen. So it'll be trekking off in that general direction. You got Whitley City and Stearns also in the path of that next storm. So remember that. We track it, and I'll continue to kind of track it and throw up ETAs for when the storm should be at your location. The rest of the afternoon or into the evening, or however long it takes, we'll watch these storms as they continue to get into eastern Kentucky, southern Kentucky, and kind of run the show as they have been. Let's go back up to this other tornado warning that's out for Jackson County and now mainly into Clay County, because that's where the bulk of the activity is located again, just north of Burning Springs. There you see all kinds of new roads, all kinds of data, which we will start plotting here for you. There's Chestnut Branch Road, State Highway 1350. I didn't want to plot that one for me. You have Fox Branch Road. You go down, and of course you can see 421. I'll get another track on it. There you see 421, and you see Sacker Road, Jim's Branch Road, and you've also got Cave Branch Road, just to name a few of these roads.
Right around the Chestnutburg area and Shepherdtown, right there, just to the actually Vine, getting a little bit of the heavier rain and the bulk of that cell right there moving through now.
Yeah, right now there's a new, let's see, a 12-foot section of a barn.
That was in Morgan County, again, where we're seeing the biggest part of the damage being reported, at least. Now, there may be damage other places we just don't know about yet, but that's where we're hearing the reports of the damage. And I do believe, and somebody in the newsroom can correct me if I'm wrong, I do believe we're going to have a report or at least some video from there at 6 o'clock, I do think. So if I'm wrong, I'm sure they'll tell me here in a few minutes, but I know.
Maybe. We may still be on the air.
Yeah, exactly.
We could still be on the air here following these storms.
But exactly, especially if they don't start. But if we do have a 6 o'clock newscast, I believe we're going to try to have some video from Morgan County.
Absolutely.
So again, especially if that cell right there we've been tracking, and that cell looks a little bit more pronounced than it did a couple of minutes ago.
Absolutely, it does. It just continues to get closer and closer to the radar is one thing when we can really see I keep talking about top to bottom, being able to scan the storm from the highest elevations to the bottom of it. We need to see it as a whole, and that's what we're trying to do, and we're trying to get more information from that cell. But the closer it gets to the radar, in this particular case, the better off we're going to be, because it's far away from every radar that we use. We have access to every radar in the country, but right now it is just a little far out, so we'll continue to watch it and see how it grows. I could pull up another one, see how intense it looks on.
But we're showing at least some rotation in that,
right?
Based on
See, what radar is just right there in a bad location. As the data just continues to come in and update, we get different new scans all the time. So the closer it gets, the better the information becomes too, as well. And that's what we want. We want better and more precise information, just like we can get with some of the storms that have been traveling through Pulaski County and Laurel County, which is what we're watching there. And then you go over to Clay County, also dealing with that tornado warning, with rotation still being a factor, with a new little storm track popping up again, that little cylinder you see there on your screen. So places affected, around 40,000 people, from Mill Pond to it looks like Bar Creek, Ricetown, all of these within all the way up till 412. So 40,000 people. And it's also, by the way, at the top talks about probability of hail diminishing compared to some of the earlier storms that moved through parts of eastern Kentucky, up into Morgan County, over into Lawrence County, some of those spots when that cell was at its strongest point. So probability of hail has diminished quite a bit, and we're watching more for the rotation, because that's why we have the tornado warning posted.
Right, exactly. And some other reports coming in just via our Facebook page, and this is areas just kind of around the region. While we're looking at this cell, hail and strong winds in rain in Pike County. They're under that severe thunderstorm warning.
Right.
Let's see here. Strong wind and rain a few minutes ago in Floyd County. So again, Big Sandy getting some of those severe thunderstorm warnings coming in. Now, let's see if there's any other information floating around. And let me check here with the the tornado warning for McCreary, Pulaski, Wayne, the one that was right there in the middle, was allowed to expire.
Okay.
So that's
it. It was set to go down at 345. It's 344, so it's still showing here on our radar, but we'll go down at 345 for just some good reason. Obviously, the rotation not a factor anymore, but this cell
looking more. It seems like it's gaining steam the farther east it travels. It's picking up a little bit, at least on radar anyway. It looks like it's picking up a little steam. That now moving into, that's right on the border there of Wayne and McCreary counties, moving into parts of southwestern McCreary County, at least the bulk of it, the heaviest part of that cell right there along between, looks like 192 and 92 and 167, just to the west of Stearns and Pine Knot. So anybody living along 92 right there just to the west of Stearns and Pine Knot may want to let them know that they've got a pretty decent little cell coming there with a tornado warning on it.
And again, that expiration time's at 4 o'clock for that one. But I'll tell you, if it continues to intensify like it has here over the last few runs with the radar, that'll likely stay alive going into Williamsburg in some form, whether it's tornadic or whether it's a severe thunderstorm warning. Still have the other warning as well, just 3 different warnings, now down to 2, with the one in Pulaski County that was in true Pulaski County. Now it was allowed to expire at 3:45, and it's 3:46, so that has gone away. Still probably an impressive storm with some decent rainfall. Hail not a big threat anymore in these storms, or hasn't been so far. Wonder what the future will hold for our Clay County storm, whether it will stay together and see what happens. They extended it or continued it a little while ago, probably looking at it and seeing some of that rotation. But we're about to get to the end of the line of the warning, the actual coverage of that warning. You can see right there, getting very, very close to it. So it goes out till, again, for another 4 o'clock, so another 14 minutes. But getting close to the edge, so it won't be long. We'll see something come from the National Weather Service, whether they are going to continue that or extend it, or what may come of that cell. I believe they'll focus too on this newer cell as well.
Down in southern Kentucky.
Down there, right along, literally right along the border. You can see matter of fact, that extends just across the border, at least the outer edges of some of the rain bands. But now we'll just have to see what happens with the storm, because it's headed right toward Stearns. You see that? And it'll be headed through more central sections of McCreary County here within the next 20 minutes or so. I think this one was at around 55 miles per hour.
Let me double check that. I think you're right.
Let's check that.
McCreary Wayne, 55 miles an hour. You're right.
Right around 55 miles per hour. So I'm going to overcompensate here. And there you see some of the places again: Holly Hill, Duck Run, Jellicoe Creek, Redbird. All of these places, it'll be headed right toward you all within the next. You're looking all the way up to 423, so you're looking at roughly half hour or so.
So we'll have to wait and see. No word yet from the National Weather Service on whether that cell will be the warning on that cell rather will be extended, or if the cell to the north of that, which is going through parts of several counties up to the north, Clay County, and now I believe seeing some of that in parts of Jackson County, will be either extended or turned into a severe thunderstorm warning. So we're going to continue to monitor those here for a couple of seconds. Moving at a good clip, though. These storms are really moving fast. So, again, it's important as soon as we give you the warning notification, as soon as we say tornado warning, you see it on radar, to get in your safe place, because it can be on top of you in just a few minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 55, 60 miles per hour, you know, I mean, it's going to cover some major ground. You know, it doesn't have any traffic to worry about. If you're traveling at 55, 60 miles per hour, seems like it takes you forever to get from point A to point B. But let me tell you what, this has no roads.
No red lights.
No curve. That's right. So these are going to be coming right at you. And coming at you fast. Still looking less intense over there in Clay County, by the way, but now the bulk of that storm down closer to the border, it's mainly in McCreary County. So the concern for Whitley City and Stearns will grow as the possibility of a tornado is headed right there in your general direction. You keep bringing up your Facebook over there and seeing a picture of a tornado. Is that somewhere else?
It's Madison County from earlier, but that was the same cell that moved through parts of Morgan County eventually. But another picture here on my Facebook from Morgan County, and some heavy damage, it looks like.
Quite a bit of damage
at
there.
a gas station there. So we'll have that up there for you, and we'll try to put that up here for you in a few minutes. But again, here's another one, Jimmy. Wow, that's.
I think that's the same facility that we were looking at earlier. Different angle.
Exactly.
What that is.
So yeah, it looks like again some pretty heavy damage in parts of West Liberty, and so far that is the one we have seen the most reports on. So we're going to continue to watch that. And we have a crew up there, so hopefully we can see what's going on here.
I keep going on and on, by the way, about that storm in Clay County, and they've just canceled the warning. It was set to go out before, but canceled.
So now we just have the one
we just
down.
have this one that I'm watching that's bearing down on Whitley City. So if you're listening to us right now, you can hear the voice, see the picture. Let me tell you what, we are getting ready for a decent thunderstorm. This looks like one of the more intense ones that I've seen in the last little bit since the storm out in Morgan County died. But it had plenty of intensity and obviously a lot of damage. We're going to try to get some pictures up for you and try to get more information with that storm. But here comes the next one that has some strong characteristics, and mainly, again, don't buy into this, just the color by itself. That's just showing us right now heavy rains and even the possibility of hail. But this is headed right for the county seat of Whitley City over there in McCreary County and down towards Stearns. You see all kinds of roads and probably a decent population of people.
US 27 being the major one, going right through the heart of the county.
Right through the heart of the county, as you mentioned. So this is coming in your direction. So if you're in Whitley, City, Stearns, anywhere through there, you need to go ahead and get into a safe location as quickly as you possibly can. And just to update you on some of those severe weather safety tips, here, let's flip over to our other source. You can go to a basement or the lowest point of your home. If the lowest point of your home is the first floor, that's where you need to be, and you need to stay there and get to an interior hallway or room. And what I mean by that, middle hallway, maybe a room toward the center of the house that puts more walls in between you and the outside world. Stay away from any windows because windows, easily broken, debris. I've mentioned this all day. Debris can be flying at around 100 miles per hour, even faster at times. It just depends. So you need to stay away from those windows. Can be easily broken. And then you need to abandon mobile homes. Abandon mobile homes if you are in one, to get to another structure that may be a little more suitable, a little stronger, at least built in, maybe into the ground. But the best place you can be, if you have one, is a basement. So get there as quickly as you possibly can, friends.
Exactly. And, you know, we were talking about this one warning. It's the one we had left. The tornado warning may have a severe thunderstorm warning left, or yes, we do have one left. But again, remember, the tornado watch is out until 9 o'clock tonight. The flash flood watch is out for a couple more hours until 6 o'clock. We have that one flash flood warning for parts of several counties until 8 o'clock tonight. So again, the possibility still going on of the threat of severe weather. And temperatures, Jimmy, are still mild back in the parts, especially back out toward Monticello, which just had that one possibly tornadic cell. And again, heat of the day can help fuel some of that instability in the atmosphere. So again, we're just going to be watching that, and it's back up to 73 degrees right now in Bowling Green, which is out behind us. So again, we'll have to continue to watch all the factors that go into that. But again, be on your toes and be weather aware for the rest of the evening, just because this may expire at 4 o'clock and we don't know that yet. We're still waiting on word from the National Weather Service. That doesn't mean the threat is completely over.
And the frontal boundary is still just out to our west, so it's going to keep some of the storms alive for a little while longer. So not only do we have to deal with this, we might have to deal with some more. I'm going to take off our storm track for just a moment and show you a different view. We'll go back out just to eastern Kentucky and give you some more radar data. You see some more storms
trying to fire off. Yep.
Now, nothing severe or strong at this point, but you still have more activity because the front has not blown through the area just yet. So when it comes through, it could still ignite some more thunderstorms. But we already have all we can handle right now, just to be honest with you, with some numerous severe thunderstorm warnings that have been showing up across eastern Kentucky, far eastern sections of the Commonwealth. And now the new tornado warnings, just one right after the other, coming out here in McCreary County, Pulaski County, and also into Laurel County. All of these places included. So you see Whitley City, Stearns. Have a lot of concern for this area here over the next little bit.
Here's a hail report from Stearns right now.
As I mentioned, again, it just goes to what I was telling you a second ago. This one looks like it's more of a hail producer now, getting actual hail reports. Some of the others that were going through Pulaski and Laurel County a little earlier in Clay County didn't look like they were big hail producers, but they were still strong storms and showed characteristics of rotation. So you don't have to have one to get the other.
Exactly.
Is the point. All you need is the necessary twist and spin in the atmosphere in order to get a tornado warning, and that's what we have out there in McCreary County right now, running up until 4 o'clock. That's the technical exploration time right now. So if you're in Whitley City and you haven't gotten to that safe spot, you need to get there right now. If you're in Stearns, you do the same thing. This is going to be one of those close deals where it's going to be relatively close to everybody in that area as it starts to try to touch down and swing through McCreary County. And as Brandon mentioned, we'll see it cross over many area roads. You see trying to get on over to where we can get to the East Apple Tree Road coming out of Whitley City, State Highway 478, and then you have Bob Lay Road. All of these roads taking you out of town, away from Whitley City, extending either toward the east or toward the northeast. So it'll be heading in those directions here shortly. You don't have a lot of time with it still running at around 45 to 55 miles per hour, just depending on the current atmospheric conditions. So Whitley City, Stearns, all of those locations still under the gun for a few more minutes at least, and maybe an extension coming.
That's the last warning we have of any kind. The last severe thunderstorm warnings up in the Big Sandy were allowed to expire. So I believe, let me double check myself, but I believe that's the last active warning we have, is that tornado warning down there in parts of those counties, Wayne and McCreary counties. So again, let me see here, some new data maybe coming in here in just a second, but got about 4 minutes left right now on this tornado warning. Okay, that was extended, and it now includes Whitley County until 4:30 this afternoon. So that same cell, and we talked about how this looks, how it looks like it's been intensifying a little bit over the last few minutes. So again, the folks over at the Weather Service happen to agree with that, and now we've got this going until 4:30 over for McCreary, Wayne, and Whitley counties.
Yeah, so the extension has been made, so which gives me even more reason to be concerned about folks in Whitley City and more spots in McCreary County, because now keeping the warning alive, as I was afraid they would, and keeping it alive and going all the way over into Whitley County, central sections of Whitley County. And as soon as our data will update and I can pull the radar off for you, I'll show you exactly who is affected by this warning, and to see that it splits right into the city of Williamsburg, the county seats in Whitley County. So it's coming your way too, and coming pretty fast. So now that involves Interstate 75 again, because pretty much from north to south there in Whitley County, almost all of Interstate 75 is in Whitley County covered by the warning. So plenty more time on this, because we're just now at 3:57.
Now you're getting into a period of the day now, Jimmy, where we're going to see the situation getting where you're going to have people traveling home from work on Interstate 75 and 27 there. Not only have you got the possibility for school kids who may have been held in place in some locations that now trying to get home, you've got people who are coming home from work and some other locations that will be traveling this busy highway, especially over Whitley County. I-75, very heavily traveled, people traveling. That's basically the north-south route from Michigan all the way to Florida that comes right through Whitley County there. So
absolutely.
We're going to continue to be watching that area very closely too, because this cell shown some decent characteristics at times of intensifying. So we're going to continue to watch that here for a little while longer.
Yeah, it started blowing up when it got into eastern parts of Wayne County, and now here it is going through the heart of McCreary County, and it's still alive and it's still doing well as it's passing over Stearns and also toward Whitley City. It's right there. Not seeing any information coming in though about any storm reports just yet about what's happening, if it's actually if there's actually a funnel cloud that's been spotted yet.
Right.
I haven't seen anything along those lines.
And right now, moving east at 55 miles an hour as of a few minutes ago, just a little bit southwest of Whitley City, which we can see right there coming through. But again, like you said, Doppler radar indicated tornado warning, no reports of funnels, no reports of tornadoes on the ground. Again, the possibility for some larger hail, definitely possible, damaging winds, so keep all that in mind, and heavy rain as well. So the threat's there for all three of those especially, so we're going to continue to monitor that, and again, till 4:30, and I think the tornado warning on the other side of that, for the rest of the county on the other side, that was allowed to expire. It's kind of, I think they've split it up now into two.
Two different ones.
Yeah.
Two different ones probably.
So.
Yeah, it's long gone if you're out there toward White Oak Junction or Fidelity or some of those spots.
Right.
Warning, it's going to show it right here that it's still up until 4 o'clock. But it's just now turning 4 o'clock,
right,
by the way.
Exactly, 3:59.
But you've got 4:30, McCreary, Wayne, and Whitley counties. That's the new data set. That's the new warning. And there, boom, you see it updating right there live on your screen as the time rolled around. We got to 4 o'clock. That means we have 30 more minutes to watch this storm as it moves deeper into McCreary County and then eventually tries to cross over into Whitley County as well here this afternoon. But right now, the main threat is right over top of the folks in Stearns and up toward Whitley City. You have all of those locations that could be seeing the potential for tornadic activity, maybe strong winds in excess of about 60, 70 miles per hour. So a very intense thunderstorm, possibly producing a tornado in Whitley County, or in McCreary County, and then into Whitley County here shortly. So it has to cross the county line, and we're still in the middle sections of the county, in McCreary County at least. So we got more time. And I keep emphasizing, we were talking about people traveling on I-75. It'll be heading that way soon. So if you know somebody that will be traveling on I-75 in Whitley County, anywhere in Whitley County, you tell them maybe they need to sit still for a second. The last thing you want to do is try to be in a car and try to come in contact with one of these storms. I know you've seen storm tracers do it in many, many videos, but let me tell you what, it is a completely different ballgame when you're out there trying to do it yourself. It's just not a safe situation to be in. The folks that do that, they are not in a safe situation. So let's keep that in mind. You don't want to be in your car. You want to be somewhere safe, a sturdy shelter somewhere in McCreary or Whitley counties. It's continuing to cross now 27, Brandon, and again, the heaviest of the precipitation, maybe some of the larger hail, appear to be falling in Stearns and down toward Revelo, it looks like, again, right along 27 and north of Pine Knot. So that's the most intense part of the rain and maybe the hail, but still the circulation and the atmosphere very close to those folks as well, it looks like.
Exactly. We've been following social media too, Facebook and Twitter. It's very quiet in these areas, and I hope that's good news for the fact people are getting in their shelters. They're getting away from the computer, so to speak, and getting into their shelters and be prepared for this. But again, just a very busy time of the day and a very busy section of the state, especially getting right up there on 75. So again, we're going to continue to see, again, the possibilities for this storm to lay down some hail, to lay down the possibility for, again, some damaging winds and some heavy rain. Now, again, let's recap. We've got the tornado watch out until 9 o'clock tonight for the entire area. We've also got the flash flood watch out for another couple of hours until 6 o'clock, unless that's extended too, because, again, heavy rain, even if you're not under a warning of any kind, you're still going to have the possibility for heavy rain across the area.
Absolutely.
So that could lead to some flash flooding. So we'll be watching that very carefully too over the next few minutes and see what's going on there. And I think, let's see here, maybe getting some new data in here from the newsroom. Let me check it out and see what I've got. Maybe some pictures. Some of the same pictures we've saw already from, or we've seen from Morgan County.
Yeah, and a ton of damage up there, it looks like, so far, just by some of the preliminary pictures coming into the station. By the way, let me also share this. I don't want your pictures if it's going to cost you your life, if you're going to be exposed to the storm. I don't want them. You can send them later. We'll share them when the time is right. So you get to a safe spot. If you've got a laptop that's wireless, especially if it's wireless and you're not connected directly to the internet, maybe then. But let me tell you, it's not that important. It really isn't. So you get to a safe location, then you can send your pictures, share them on WYMTnews.com or on Facebook or Twitter with us. Be safe first,
exactly,
and then worry about it later. Because I'll tell you what, I've seen many cases where people have been hit by lightning by holding onto their mouse that was attached to their computer. So same thing goes for phones. It's just not worth it. It's not worth it till the storm is out of your area. Share when they're gone, which is what these people have done. They've gotten out after the storm and passed the area, but now they're running into more problems because they're out driving through a bit of a mess. And what you want to do is you just want to try to stay at home and pray that no one else has any casualties or any damage at their home. So again, that's really what you need to do. Just stay safe first. Otherwise, we're on there talking about nothing for nothing. We want you safe. That's why we're here for you, folks. So you're looking at McCreary County again, the storm in the eastern section, trying its best to cross the county line. I can see the county line, and it'll be crossing over here shortly. And when that happens, it's a whole new ballgame, because then it looks like it's going to try to run right at the city of Williamsburg, or come in on the northern end of town. So it'll be very close to you, and if it does any building or any jog toward the south-southeast, which has not been the case at all with the general trend of the storms, just the flow of the entire complex.
Right.
When that happens, you might run into some problems if you're in the city of Williamsburg here. But right now, we're just getting you prepared if you're in Williamsburg or out toward Duck Run or any of those communities. Just give it a few minutes, and it's going to be right there on your doorstep, still showing the characteristics of rotation. That track's been up for a little while, but it was showing it close to Whitley City a little while ago. And right now, just moving out of those areas. Now it's time to get out and figure out what's happened, look and see how your neighbors are, see how you are, if you have suffered any damage. Because that could certainly happen, especially in this case with this storm. It just got stronger and stronger and stronger, and still keeping those characteristics of wind shear, or the spin in the atmosphere. I'll say spin in the atmosphere. And it keeps it going. And even the hail marker popping up again. So this storm, we went through a period there, Brandon, where we didn't have a lot of hail. And now we're running into more and more in the way of storms with hail.
It's ironic that you said that, because we literally just got a report in from an amateur radio operator. Basically, they're almost like spotters because they've been trained from the folks over at the Weather Service, reporting nickel-sized hail just west of Whitley City. So you had your marker there just to the northeast. So literally just a couple minutes before, that was at 3:55. So about 10 minutes ago, about 11 minutes ago now. So again, nickel-sized hail just to the west of Whitley City. So again, that doesn't surprise me at all with that cell. They're moving at a pretty good clip, 55 miles an hour, and moving quick with lots of rain and lots of possibilities for hail there.
Exactly. So the track right on the money with that, picking up on that. Again, numerous locations will be in line for this storm. You can see them right now. I'm just focusing now on the future. People over in McCreary County now dealing with a pretty intense thunderstorm. But now you folks in Whitley County, it's coming for you. We're getting power flickers here too. I didn't see any major storm around us, just some general thunderstorm activity. A lot of that weakened by the time it got to us. But anyway, you can see right here, you can see places like Redbird down in Whitley County. You see other communities all showing up here. Duck Run. Now Duck Run's starting to pick up some pretty intense activity for you all. Again, you go back out toward the Redbird area. Now, I'm going to shift my attention back toward the west just ever so slightly, and let's see what our latest storm track said a little while ago. And it was trying to show some twisting in the atmosphere. And what was it showing? All right, showing the characteristics moving again. I'm going to plot that and watch that little round circle go. As it moves right toward the Duck Run area, showing you where the spin, where that circulation is heading. So trying to show that if there's any type of involvement there with the spinning of the winds, it's headed toward Duck Run and into Whitley County, which would take you away from a highly populated Williamsburg, but would still be out and put many folks in danger. And again, as we mentioned a moment ago, could be on the northern end of town, at least where it was detecting the rotation just a few minutes ago, Brandon.
Exactly. And regardless of where you go in Whitley County, you're going to cross Interstate 75. So again, very heavily traveled area, very populated, and we're going to continue to try to see things continue to be heavy rain. Hail is possible, and we're still seeing that rotation. So, again, the good news is so far, no reports at this point of any funnel clouds or anything indicating there's been a tornado on the ground. So that's good. Now, again, the reports just may be slow coming in. We're just now getting some reports of hail from over in McCreary County as it crosses the border into Whitley County. But again, definitely hoping that's not the case on the rotation scale and on the funnel clouds angle of that. But again, we're going to continue to watch this track very close to the city of Williamsburg. So you folks in Williamsburg, it wouldn't hurt regardless to be in your safe spot, especially if you live on the north side of town, because that's coming at you at a real good clip, east 55 miles an hour, and going to be crossing I-75 here very shortly in the next few minutes. So again, a very active time of the day. We're right before rush hour, 5 o'clock. I know a lot of folks may be traveling back and forth to go home from work, picking the kids up from school finally after being kind of sheltered in place there for a little bit. So we're going to continue to hopefully get all this through there. And also, you see 92 right there to the bottom, another heavily traveled road. It may skim that, but again, if you know people along that area and just points to the north, you may want to let them know, hey, this is a pretty good little cell, and it's moving in your direction. You see Redbird there, and again, I think it may be even the bottom end of this, Jimmy, and then what you think, it may still clip Williamsburg because it looks like it's expanded a little bit here in the last few minutes.
Yeah, it certainly could. What we were talking about, though, a minute ago was that where the rotation was situated within that storm at that moment.
Right.
So it could try to move north of the Williamsburg area, and that's what we want.
Exactly.
We want to stay away from anybody, everybody, but we really want it away from highly populated areas to really minimize any casualty chances that we could have. So it still looks like a very strong thunderstorm moving through Whitley County and McCreary County right now, and headed off toward the east. And again, Williamsburg and I-75, as Brandon mentioned, certainly a big-time place for this to come rolling through, and that's where it's going, and it'll be heading that way. And what's this new severe thunderstorm warning active that we have? Let's pull off some data, and let's see what's happening here. There you go. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Severe thunderstorm warning now out for Wayne County and McCreary County.
So the backside of the same storm coming from out of, that's Casey County right there behind it, isn't it?
So coming right out of that general area, as you see, you've got the McCreary County and Wayne County area, and the other warning is
Clinton County.
Clinton County.
There we go.
Clinton County. So again, another severe thunderstorm warning, another series of very active storms coming up. May travel a little more toward the south. That's it, though, a little more toward the south. Not a big deal at all. Traveling right along the Kentucky-Tennessee state line, and then eventually on into McCreary County and into Whitley County here within the next few hours. So back to the other data. We have the Whitley County storm, and it's mainly in Whitley County now. But as far as the rotation was concerned, trying to favor more of a northeasterly jog, trying to miss the city of Williamsburg, but could still certainly see a very intense thunderstorm come knocking on your door here very, very soon, but not there yet. Not there yet, but you're in that primary zone where you just want to be prepared. You want to be in a low-lying area in your home. You want to be in the basement. You want to be on the first floor. I'll pull up those storm tips again for you, and let's get those out. You want to be in the basement or the lowest point of your home, interior hallway or room. And again, like I said this earlier, I'll say it 1,000 times. It's just like the Old West, having a fort, or in the pioneer days, you have a fort, and you just kind of fortify yourself. You put clothes, blankets, pillows, anything you can around your body to keep from maybe any falling debris directly come in contact with you. Stay away from windows easily broken with some of the objects that could be flying around on the outside, and then, of course, abandoned mobile homes. We're going to take you up close and personal now to the city of Williamsburg, where we've yet to see the most intense part of the storm come barreling in. But you see 296, you see 25, and you also see Interstate 75. There you go.
That's really the heart of downtown right there.
Right there, yeah.
So we're going to continue to watch it come that direction here over the next little bit, and several major roads, 92, 75, 296, 25W. So again, a very highly populated area, and you literally can see with the last update there, the leading edge of the heaviest bulk of that starting to move toward the city center now. So again, we're going to continue to watch that. Hopefully, with any luck, the rotation we were seeing earlier will move off to the north of the city, but still, this cell has a tornado warning on it. So again, we want to urge everyone to be in their safe spot regardless. It never hurts. Because you never know exactly what this cell's going to do. But you see a couple of streets downtown there, Sycamore, Walnut, Elm, 6th Street. So a couple of areas that kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at over the next few minutes. And this cell moving very fast at 55 miles an hour, so kind of keep that in mind as you head back and forth today. And again, like I said, about 45 minutes away from 5 o'clock, so a lot of folks probably getting ready to leave work and go home. So definitely keep an eye here for the next little bit, because at least at this point, until we get any notification this expires at 4:30. Now, a new report coming in, trees reported down in Whitley County. It doesn't say where, though, but that doesn't surprise me.
Well, that's pretty quick, yeah.
Yeah, especially with that western half of the county seeing that. So we'll keep tabs on that and let you know what we see here in the next few minutes.
And there you see, just again, I'm plotting streets left and right here just to show you who could see this potential come your way. So if you know anybody in any of these areas and they don't know, or you don't think they're aware of the weather situation, let them know. You get in touch with them. You know, it's been so nice. The weather it's been great. People get out and about, go to the parks and do whatever. And up until a little while ago, that was the case even in this area. But now things are getting real, so to speak. And talking about the potential for, again, tornadic activity. So, again, numerous streets highlighted here in the downtown Williamsburg area. You see Sycamore Street. I've got that highlighted too. And just many, many others. 4th Street. I mean, just wherever. Anybody in that entire downtown area of Williamsburg, you have the potential for maybe some tornadic activity come through. And a few years ago, we went down there for severe weather coverage following a storm. Ended up being straight line winds. So these folks very familiar with seeing that type of severe weather come into play. Again, in a flatter area, does that matter? No, not really. It's an old myth that we have been told for many, many years the mountains protect you from severe weather. Just because it's flat down there doesn't mean they have better chances of seeing severe weather. Again, it's one of those old wives' tales. The mountains do not protect us. And I've seen reports of tornadoes going over 5,000, 10,000 feet high mountains, so the elevation that high and still just rolling right over them. So just remember that. Keep that in mind, that this is the real deal here, and it can happen anywhere across southeastern Kentucky, not just out here in some of the flatter locations, but it can happen also right into the mountains. The city of Harlan a few years ago seeing their first, they were right around Harlan seeing their first ever confirmed tornado. And now we're watching as maybe the potential comes through here, the rotation factor back on the backside from just a few minutes ago, coming maybe toward Williamsburg. And now the new rotation, the new update, it's still trying to point now more toward the southern side of the city of Williamsburg. Now, of course, that's just the computer estimating. That little circle you see across the screen it's trying to show you what direction that it could be headed, where the last period of rotation was located. Again, that's a computer estimate. We'd have to really peel the storm apart to give you the 110% spot where the rotation could be headed. We give you just general ideas here, but probably very close to that now, as it looks like it has taken more of a southeasterly turn within the last few minutes. New information there. What do you got?
Well, confusing a little bit here. It says tracking so I'm not sure if that's the case because I haven't heard any of the reports. The report from the National Weather Service saying that they're tracking a confirmed tornado, but maybe confirmed by Doppler. Maybe the wording might be a little bit off on that one. But again, we haven't heard any reports of any funnel clouds or anything at this point. So
near Duck Run. Remember we were talking about Duck Run a little while ago?
Back a little bit, but I haven't heard of any reports of any damage or any touchdowns or even any funnel clouds. But the wording here saying that that is a confirmed tornado. But again, we haven't heard anything to that effect.
I don't know how I didn't see that it was confirmed anywhere.
Exactly, so I'm not sure.
The National Weather Service Doppler radar was tracking a confirmed tornado. Now, if they've confirmed it, that means they might have gotten a report from somebody in the general public.
From Marsh's sighting, this is McCreary County, and train spotter, trees down and a large tree branches down, a possible funnel cloud spotted. So maybe that's what they're going by. Yeah.
There you go. There you go. Trees down, as you mentioned there, and trees down, branches down,
and possible funnel cloud. Exactly.
And out toward Marsh's sighting. We had that up a minute ago on the map, but now clearly well past that area.
Exactly.
So again, that's the way the reports should come in. They should come in a little bit later after you are safe.
Exactly.
Again, you don't want to risk your life.
You don't want to be out there in time. If you see it through a window or something, then get to your safe place, then report it later. We want you to be safe. We don't want you to be out there risking your life because the reports are helpful and they can help get information out faster, but we definitely don't want to see you get hurt in the process.
Yeah, exactly. But Williamsburg right now absolutely getting hammered by some heavy rain, maybe the potential for some large hail, and then you go on off into the county as it works its way. And here we've extended the tornado warning. Not only does it include the folks there in Whitley County, it is now extended more toward the east for Knox County, including the city of Barberville, and all the way into Pineville. And I'll plot that information so you can see expiration times here. You got Bell, Knox, and Whitley until 5 o'clock. So 40 more minutes of having to watch and see the development of this storm. For if you're in any of these areas, you have to do this. You have to be as safe as you possibly can. If you're in Williamsburg, Barberville, or over into Pineville, anywhere in those counties, you need to get to a safe location now. Don't wait till later. This has apparently been confirmed as a tornado at some point. So
that's what we're hearing anyway from the National Weather Service.
Right.
And again, moving very fast, 55 miles an hour. So just think about that with no obstructions. We've seen this literally move almost halfway across Whitley County in the past 15 minutes. So that kind of gives you an idea how fast that it's going to be in Knox County, how fast it's going to be in Bell County, and moving straight east. So like Jim said right there, Barberville, Pineville, and maybe even eventually it may skirt the northern half of Middlesboro there, but 25E, another major road with people traveling onto here, and 92 continues. So again, tornado warning till 5 o'clock for Bell, Knox, and Whitley counties. So it's the cell that won't die. It just continues to intensify a little bit each time we see it run through there. So again, be in your safe place right now. This is the time to get there. We don't, again, like you said, we don't want to wait, because with the cell moving this fast right there, the rotation indicator trying to show it almost on top of the city of Williamsburg right now. So that just tells you how fast that this thing is moving. Let me double check the speed on it, but I believe it's about 55 to 60 miles an hour. Let me see here. 60 miles an hour on this one, so it's picked up speed a little bit, eating up maybe some more instability there in the atmosphere. So again, safe place right now, and especially in Knox and into Bell counties.
Let's get the data on that latest storm tracker, that latest storm marker, which will show who could be affected. You're looking at 64,000 people. And look at this probability of severe hail. You're talking about quarter-sized or higher, 100%. So you're getting some serious hail down in that area too, at least by the computer. It should be around the city of Barberville around 4:37, toward KJ at 4:37 as well, right around the same time. So all of these spots, all of these locations that you see there listed, it could be right near you here shortly. So just be prepared for the possibility of a tornado. It could have already been in Williamsburg, already hearing the reports that maybe of a confirmed tornado. Again, I'm not sure all of the latest information on that, but possible confirmed tornado. Now, that same cell that has a confirmed tornado associated with it or attached to it from earlier, doesn't mean it's still on the ground, but it could be headed toward Knox County and into Bell County. And that's why the warning has been extended all the way up until 5 o'clock here this evening. So we're crossing over. We're getting to a different group of times here for people, and it's time for, as Brandon mentioned a minute ago, that a lot of people getting off work. Maybe they don't know the weather situation. They just think they're seeing some storms, especially if they don't have access to radio or TV there immediately at their office. But they can just give them a call on their cell phone, make sure it's their cell phone, and let them know that storms are on the way. And the reason I say cell phone, it's not directly attached to the wall, which if there's a major lightning and there's some issues with that, it can travel through the wiring in the house, and whoever's using the phone can be hit by lightnings. And cell phone is not directly attached to it and is not going to attract lightning. And again, another myth, it doesn't attract lightning. It's if you get hit while using any type of electronic device, there could be more burns, more injuries associated with it being somewhere on your body, but it does not attract lightning. Just wanted to emphasize that there.
Absolutely, and a new damage report coming in from the Cumberland Falls area down in Whitley County on Highway 90. Large branches, and a few trees down. But the report, the person who reported that said that it looks like it's generic wind damage. So again, they're not associating that with the tornado, although we are again hearing those reports. Okay, some questions here, but looking at some more information. But again, right there along Highway 90 in parts of Whitley County near the Cumberland Falls area, that's where we're seeing the possibility for some trees down and some branches knocked off some trees. So we're going to continue to watch this. And again, tornado warning if you're just joining us until 5 o'clock for parts of Bell, Knox, and Whitley counties, and maybe will be impacting the cities of Barberville and Pineville here in the next little bit.
Swan Pond, you've got Perman, hope I'm saying that one right, Perman, and then of course the city of Barberville off in the distance as well, all in line for that thunderstorm that's now moving through Whitley County. So this is a whole new ball game, a whole new group of people, a whole new area that we're going to get familiar with here and let you all get familiar with over the next 30 minutes or so, well, 35 minutes or so, and get you up to date and keep track of these storms as they move eastward all across these counties. Hopefully Hopefully it loses some of its severe weather characteristics in some of those strong areas, but it just does not look like it's going to. It's running into some very warm and unstable air, so that's going to help the situation out. One of the big things missing last week, we did have some storm warnings and plenty of active weather, but one of the big things that happened last week, we didn't have a lot of moisture to work with. Now this go around we've got plenty of moisture, and that's allowing some of these thunderstorms to get fed, and as they get fed, they continue to work their magic on our region, and that's why you're seeing some of the thunderstorms that we are seeing. Severe thunderstorm warning now issued for another part of that.
Back side of that, maybe?
Out toward the back, yeah, out toward the back, with a completely different area right there coming in on Whitley City. So another storm for you there in Whitley City. All right, a new updated version of our mesoscale, our indicator for this twisting of the winds, the circulation. So let's see what kind of information it might provide for us here. Okay, there you go. This is brand new, coming out in a different area. Still picking up on a lot of hail potential, around 61,000 people affected. And then you see all of the locations up until 448 that could be affected in these areas, from Bell to Knox to Whitley County, all of them with the brand new tornado warning, not brand new, but relatively new tornado warning that just went out here a few minutes ago, that extends more toward the east. We've been seeing this all day, and this one has got a lot to sell as far as what it's showing on radar. It's very believable this could be producing some tornadic activity. Where's that picture from?
Harold in Floyd County, near our bureau over there in Big Sandy. Tree down, looks like it's a little bit on the house. Actually, if you look right there, might be a little bit of damage to the house. So a tree down, looks like wind damage at this point. That area wasn't under a tornado warning, it was under a severe thunderstorm warning.
Exactly.
But again, that goes back to what we were talking about. Just because it's on a tornado warning doesn't mean that you can't have damage from it. So again,
coming toward Barberville. That's the next big populated area that it will be affecting, it looks like, or getting very close to, at least in some form or fashion. Whether you're seeing the tornadic part of it, you will see some very intense rainfall and large hail probabilities. They're really up there. And I was showing you the storm track a minute ago, where it showed maybe the twisting of the winds and how that could be flowing and which way it would be heading here through the rest of Whitley County and going on over into Knox County. So once we get it deeper into Knox County, I'll update that again, and we'll look and see how it's going to affect the people there in Bell County, and see, again, just give you all new information. But what we have to do is we have to kind of wait it out, because it's taking its time right now, at least as far as providing any new information. And I'll tell you what, if you're in Barberville, Boone Heights, Memble, any of those places right now, you need to be safe. You need to be in the basement or the bottom floor of your house, and you need to protect yourself in any way you possibly can, because this is on the way. And apparently, history of producing tornadoes. Okay, confirmed tornado coming out.
New information, that was an error.
No, I was going to say, I didn't understand that at all, but we're going to go with it from the folks there at the Weather Service.
Exactly. Just got word from the National Weather Service that was an error in the wording. So no confirmed tornado on the ground, and that's for the one that came through parts of several counties and now moving through parts of Whitley and into Bell and Knox counties. Also getting a report of a pretty good storm moving through parts of Pike County. I know we're locked in pretty close on this storm here. Several folks asking for reports around the rest of the area. No other warnings, at least outside of this area right now, that are active. Just the severe thunderstorm warnings back off to the west in parts of McCreary County, and continuing to see the tornado warning. They're moving through parts of Whitley and Bell and Knox counties. Now, again, this is moving to the east, so some other counties may be possible seeing that coming through parts of maybe even originally going into, what do you think? There may be southern Leslie County possibly, and maybe even into parts of Harlan County. But at this point, we are tracking this cell just crossing 75. That's moving through parts of Whitley County, just went through the city of Williamsburg, moving through parts of Knox County and into Bell County, and now approaching the city of Barberville. They're pretty close, so we're going to continue to watch that. But that's the bigger view. That's what we're seeing right now. Showers and storms still moving across a lot of the area. But right here, the area that we've been zoomed in on, that's the only areas that we have a warning on at this point.
And I just got this information handed to me a second ago. Tornado sirens are going off down in Barberville, and that happens when you have a tornado warning. It's the only time you're going to hear them is when you have a tornado warning, not a severe thunderstorm warning, but when you get the tornado warning, they will send the sirens out in the many different areas that we have them throughout Kentucky that have sirens. Not a lot of places in far east Kentucky have them, but a lot do, in fact, have the sirens. So now when you start hearing the sirens, again, I used this phrase earlier, it's getting real. And,
exactly.
And so now you need to be in your safe location, as we've been talking about for you folks there in Barberville for a little while. You need to be locked into your basement, your bottom floor, wherever you can be, because that storm is certainly very close to you. And then you can't rule out the southern parts of the county either, because it can also cause a whole world of problems for you as well out towards Swan Pond, Trosper, some of these other locations very close to you throughout the entire county there in Knox County, because that's where the bulk of this storm is now heading and now moving. You can see the heavy rain. You can see the possibilities there of large hail. It's all right there on our live pinpoint Doppler radar, Brandon.
And still checking some social media here to see if we have any more pictures or any more damage reports, but at this point, haven't seen anything. Let us know. Let us know on the WYMT Facebook, my Facebook, Jim's Facebook, anything. Let us know if you're seeing that, as long as you're safely able to do so. That's the thing we want to stress. And we've been stressing that all afternoon. Don't do it during the storm. Don't do it and take the possibility of getting caught in the storm. Wait till the storm has safely passed, and we'll definitely be keeping you posted on that. But some reports of wind damage in several counties. We had the Cumberland Falls report a few minutes ago. Some trees down. We got the report here of over in Harold in Floyd County. So again, we're going to continue to watch, see what we got, what else we have going on here. But again, so far it sounds like the worst damage so far is in Morgan County. We have a crew on the way up there, so we're going to be looking for that over the next little bit. So again,
of course, we're not finished with this area
right,
yet,
exactly.
Too,
we're not done.
So.
At 5 o'clock here, about 28 more minutes on this cell, and literally the bulk of it, at least the heaviest bands of rain, now moving to the south of Barberville, but that's also moving off to the east at a pretty good clip there, around 55 to 60 miles an hour, and we're looking at that moving at a pretty good clip there. So again, towards Pineville, you folks in Bell County being the next one there. You see Artemis getting ready to get in on it now, getting on some of the heavier bands there. Flatleg, Trosper, Temsley right there along 25 East. So that takes you right back into Bell County, back toward Pineville. You see 4 Mile there. Again, we're going to continue to watch that. But right now, passing probably the southern tip of Barberville right there, at least the heaviest rain, and maybe some of that rotation too. So we're going to continue to watch that here over the next few minutes. But we're going to continue to track this for you. It's went through several counties now, starting over in Wayne County and moving through parts of McCreary and Whitley counties. So tracked across several counties, and it still looks impressive on radar.
Yeah, it does. It's got a lot of the strong characteristics, and just checking out the. I'm going to try to check some of the other data here, see where the rotation is located right now. It's in there. It's embedded within this storm, so we are watching it work its way, just by the way, north of the community of Rain, by the way. Anyway, every time I see that on the map, I always like to highlight it. Anyway,
it's raining and rain for sure.
It sure is here this afternoon. And there you see the storm, though, off to the north. A lot of rain, a lot of hail, and, of course, the signature for the twisting, the spinning of your winds embedded within the thunderstorm. That's what we worry about when we start talking about tornadic activity. And again, I'm just flipping through different channels, different layers in the atmosphere to see how this storm stacks up. And a lot of the more intense things we're seeing are lower to the ground, which means that the heavy rain's closer to the ground, which means the hail's closer to the ground. And the significance of how the wind is spinning also, again, closer to the ground, according to just what I was looking at there just a moment ago. And you know what? Let's also check on the hail. Let's check on the hail thread here And I'll pull down one set of data, and we'll look at this one. This is showing you hail size. I'm going to get a good average for the entire storm. What could be produced, $half size.
Yeah.
So there you go. Gives us just a rough estimate, maybe some larger portions of that embedded within the storm. You know, looking at quarter sized, and then you look at some different shading, maybe there for a little while. Coming in at, again, just different sizes throughout the entire cell, from quarter size to $half sized in general for this severe thunderstorm, possibly producing. Okay, and it moved on me there, just a new update. So again, we'll update the information and give you the general idea, the new general idea, Brandon, quarter sized.
Right. Now, on the back side of this, an update to that severe thunderstorm warning on the cell that's behind that. The let's see here, the Wayne County section of that has been allowed to expire. Now it's just McCreary and Whitley counties until 5 o'clock.
McCreary and Whitley. So computer not getting that data yet, but you see it's still going out till 5 o'clock. So that kind of changing up a little bit here out there in Wayne County, Whitley, McCreary County, still dealing with plenty of severe weather, but not what they were dealing with just a little while ago with that possible tornado just rolling through that area. Right now, it's all Knox County all the time, getting ready to come toward Bell County, and that means you in the city of Pineville. It's going to be very close to you, knocking on your door shortly. So if you're in Pineville, you need to do what we've been saying here for the last couple of hours. You need to be in your safe location, your safe spot, and you need to be in a basement, bottom floor of your home, wherever that may be. Whatever your safe spot is, that's where you need to go ahead and be getting, because it's on the way. You're starting to see maybe some darker clouds, some heavier rain working its way closer and closer to town. If you're around Pineville or anywhere else there in Bell County, yeah.
Now, you know, talking about Pineville there, and especially as nice of a day as it was earlier, you got to think about people who are possibly outside. You've got the golf course over there. Right. People could have been out, you know, doing that today, and people traveling out and about. Safe places, sturdy structures, anywhere you can try to get you out of the storm, to get you safe, because you'll always want to think about that. And right there, right along 25E, and we're going to continue to see that roll right into the city of Pineville. Look how fast that's moving, a 60-mile-an-hour clip there. So it's moving as fast as a car, like we've mentioned all day long, without having to stop. Right. So again, you've got 225, you've got 92, big roads right there.
Right in between them too,
exactly.
Right now, the bulk of it.
So right there it's right on the line too with Knox County, looks like, right there going into Bell County. So again, the storm tracking directly to the east. We're going to continue to watch that be the case. You see the rotation marker back down to the southwest there of the darker purple, indicating the heavier bands of rain. So again, do also want to mention again, no confirmed tornado. There was some confusion there a few minutes ago that there might have been a confirmed tornado. There is no confirmation of that. We haven't had any reports of a funnel cloud or anything with this system so far. So I just want to make that clear once again. But again, moving off to the east at a good clip, and we're going to continue to see that be the case here. Let's see. And the flash flood warning was allowed to continue. We talked about much earlier for Breath at Estill, Jackson, Lee, Owsley, Pulaski, Rockcastle, and Wolfe counties until 8 o'clock. We also have the flash flood watch in effect for another about an hour and 22 minutes for the entire area, and the tornado watch out till 9 o'clock tonight. But right now, these two warnings we have here, the severe thunderstorm warning for parts of McCreary and Whitley counties, and the tornado warning we have for parts of Whitley, Bell, and Knox counties. That's the only two active warnings we have in eastern Kentucky right now.
Yeah, from one end of the area to the other, from Pulaski to Pike. These are the only active warnings that we have. I'll take you out into the future here, show you a different version of the storm track, take you out about 20 minutes or so. There you see some more of the locations that could be affected by this up until about 4:53, which we're at 4:39 right now, so that's taking you out to the farthest out to about 13 minutes, roughly 13 minutes then. So if you're in the city of Pineville or some of those other places we've been talking about for a little while now, you still have time. There's still time before it gets to you. So I'm estimating anywhere from 15 to 17 minutes before it actually comes to your area or somewhere very close. So 15 to 17 minutes for the city of Pineville before the storm, possibly producing a tornado, gets into town. Brandon.
Exactly, you're right. We're looking at that continuing to roll through there. So again, if you're along 25E, if you're along the border right there, this is the time to be in your safe spot. It's really rolling quite quickly, so If you're in Pineville, if you're in points west of that, you need to be in your safe spot. Now, if you're in points east, you still have a few minutes, but not a lot of minutes, because this thing is moving so fast. You see right there, 75,000 people could be affected by this storm, and the probability of severe hail at 80%, probability of hail in general at 90%. So keep that in mind. There's some communities being affected in the next few minutes. Wallstand at 440, Cubbage at 450, Tackytown 454, and eventually Farmers Mill by 5 o'clock this afternoon. So again, the hail size right there, it could be pea-sized. We saw some indications a few minutes ago on the other tracker that we could see up to quarter-sized, or even in some other spots there. Eventually, if everything holds together, this may clip the western end of Harlan County there before going over into parts of southwest Virginia. Now, some pretty good rain coming down all the way up into Letcher County along 23, 119, all the way across there, taking you through Floyd County up into Pike County there. You see some heavier bands of showers and storms, but again, no warnings other than the flash flood warning, and for severe weather warnings, you've got the tornado warning down there, but you see some heavier bands really rolling through parts of, there's Floyd County and the Wayland and Floyd County and Hyman and Knott County there. So pretty much almost everybody across the region seeing some rain in some form or fashion. Northern parts of Perry County going into Breathitt County, seeing a pretty good little shower and storm there. But at this point, that's all we've got in the way of severe weather. You go back out toward the I-75 corridor, Manchester, London, seeing some rain, but not nearly as stout as it was a few minutes ago. But you see our system there that we're really starting to see continue to keep a little steam there, moving right along the border of Knox and Bell counties toward the city of Pineville.
Toward the city of Pineville. That's the highlighted tour for you here, folks. Just give you that tour of all of eastern Kentucky. And this storm is getting ready to maybe get a tour of the city of Pineville. But as Brandon mentioned there just a second ago, it's certainly on its way in that general direction. As far as what it looks like closer to the ground, I'm just, again, peeling through layers of the radar, just looking at different data as it changes. It looks like certainly still seeing some rotation stronger toward the surface. Now, whether or not this holds and can hold as it goes into the city of Pineville, we'll just have to see how it starts to interact with what's been happening as far as the atmospheric conditions are concerned around Pineville. But if it stays together, you can bet your bottom dollar that the folks in Harlan County will go under a warning very similar. And whether they go under a warning or not, they are going to experience some pretty intense activity here shortly. So if you're in Harlan County, especially in that far western section, just be prepared for a very strong thunderstorm that comes your way here within the next 30 minutes to 35 minutes, just to even cross the border, period, and to get deeper into some of the more populated locations there in the county. There you see Pineville right there. It's
on the doorstep.
On the doorstep, literally on the doorstep. And I'll tell you what, this is not exactly something you want to come in, but it's going to come anyway. It's like a bad neighbor, and here it comes. There you see some of the streets being affected from West Kentucky Avenue down to Tennessee Avenue. And you see Virginia Avenue, all of them. It's coming right through town, And
to kind of give you an idea of what to look at here, you're seeing all these streets that just putting out. Just got a report from the 911 call center in Barberville, where this storm just came through, hail of quarter size, which is kind of what we were seeing on the Doppler data coming in there. So again, kind of living up to a spec on that one. So again, kind of keep that in mind as you go through the next little bit. And again, this storm holds true. Regardless if it keeps the warning on it or not, you're going to see, like Jim said, that move into parts of western Harlan County. So Harlan, Everts, Kaywood, back toward Martins Fork Lake, those areas kind of being ready for that stronger weather to start to roll toward that area.
Yeah, because it's coming. It's going to come in some form or fashion, whether it's a warning or not. It'll be some kind of warning. I can almost guarantee that. It'll have some kind of warning stapled on to the end of it. We'll just have to see exactly what happens. Just plotting again on the streets right around Pineville, right there in the downtown area. You see all of them coming up from Horseshoe Drive to Cherry Street to Oak Street, Laurel Street, Kentucky Avenue, Virginia, Tennessee. All of these locations just getting ready for the potential of a tornadic storm. Now, it's already there, already seeing probably lightning, maybe even some hail at this point. But it's just really starting to get interesting if you're there in the city of Pineville. because the really heavy stuff, the intense stuff, is probably picking up right now and will continue to do so as this storm works more and more into Bell County. Okay, you already mentioned that one.
Now, I just got a report on my Facebook from a lady, a viewer, who said she's sitting in her car outside of the Smithfield plant in Middlesboro, that the wind, and this is on the bottom side, Middlesboro is from this system, that the wind in Middlesboro, not near the main storm, is strong enough to make the car shake a little. So that just kind of gives you an idea of the power of this storm moving through there. Here in the last little bit, more pictures coming in from West Liberty. And I was told earlier we're going to try to have a live report from there if we get to have a 6 o'clock news, if these warnings do not continue. But we're seeing more pictures coming in from there. I'm just double checking to see some pretty good damage, pretty stout damage coming in from some areas there. So again, we're going to continue to monitor across the region. And again, if you have damage in your area, let us know, but make sure that you wait until it's safe to do that. We don't want you to endanger your lives to get out there and take pictures or get information out to us. Wait until it's passed. Let's see what we have here. Some hail right there on the storm that moved through parts of Pike County and Domingo County, West Virginia earlier. Tree branches down, nothing too major there, it doesn't look like. Let's see here. Heavy rain in parts of Knott County. And
just some general stuff
yeah,
there
just
now.
nothing too major at this point when it comes to the possibility for any damage reports coming out of these three counties from Whitley across into Bell. So at this point right there, you see it. Probability of hail now back at 100%. 76,000 people in the path of this system. From Pineville back toward Waukegan and Clear Creek and going toward Varilla and Kettle Island now. So again, if you're in the path of this storm, if you're over in western Harlan County, if you're in Lee County, Virginia, that's the areas you want to be getting ready for this, because as this moves continuously straight to the east, we're going to continue to see this move at a pretty good clip there. And reports of hail, at least we've got that coming in, reports of hail pretty stout with this system up to about nickel size.
If you're in Whitley or you're in Knox County, you're pretty much in the all clear now. Whitley, you are in the all clear as far as the tornado warning is concerned. Bell County, the main threat at this point. That's going to be where the situation is getting worse by the minute here, by the way the storm moves deeper and deeper into the county. So even Knox County, for the most part, you're now in the clear. So from Barberville to Bimble and all of those other locations, you're now in much better shape.
And it looks like we're getting some word from the National Weather Service. We may have another tornado warning here in just a minute, extending that over now into Harlan County. That's not official yet, but from the National Weather Service chat here, we're seeing word that may be coming here in just a moment. But again, very impressive looking storm on radar. It's held together, and again, moving right there toward the 119 area. So if you're from Pineville going toward Harlan at this hour, back toward Moelis and back toward the county line there and back toward points to the west of that, that's where you'll be seeing this storm, or excuse me, to the east of that, that's where you'll be seeing this storm moving in the next little bit back toward Laurel and back into those areas.
Yeah, here it comes for you. Here you as well, you know. So.
And actually they added Leslie to it too. So Bell, Harlan, Knox, and Leslie until 5:30 this afternoon. So new tornado warning for Bell, Harlan, Knox, and Leslie counties until 5:30. Near Clear Creek Springs, which you knew that near Pineville, and moving east at 60 miles an hour.
All right, let me drop the radar for a second and show you the new tornado warning. Very small section, now that I see, okay, very small section of Leslie County and coming into play, but a big chunk of Harlan and the city of Harlan included in on that warning as well. So, tornado warning now in effect for you folks there in Harlan County, Bell, the rest of Bell, Knox County, and Leslie County, all up until 5:30. Knox, you're not going to be in that very long, trust me.
Right.
But for Bell County and Leslie County and Harlan County, you will, in fact, be in the warning for at least up until 5:30, especially Harlan County. That's really meant to cover the rest of Harlan County. That's trying to get deep into the county as well, Brandon, with the warning up into your home area there, trying to get deeper and closer to
getting close, that's for sure. But city of Harlan, back toward Wallens, those areas, we will continue to see that rolling through there, at least at first, but at the leading edge of that could clip the city of Cumberland. Right now, we're still concentrated moving through parts of Bell County right there, just right across from Pineville, going back toward Kettle Island, and now going back toward Varilla right there where the curve is, and then Moelis going back toward Harlan County there. So we're going to continue to track this cell over the next few minutes, and we're going to continue to see what we're going to see happening with this over the next little bit. But again, if you're just joining us, new tornado warning issued for Bell, parts of Knox, Harlan, and Leslie counties until 5:30. Now, we've also still got the one for Bell, Knox, and Whitley, which is the original one, that will continue until 5 o'clock. We've got that going on here, too, as well. But you see the possibility for rotation. We've heard reports of hail out of this system. We're going to continue to watch that right there, right along 119 as it continues to expand. Let me take you out just a little bit here and show you what we're looking at. And, again, this is moving straight east. So these communities right over here, Wallens Creek, Tremont, all those areas back toward the city of Harlan, and eventually going toward Lee County, Virginia. So, again, moving at 60 miles an hour. Everett's, you're in the path of this storm at a pretty good clip. Disney, and then eventually going back toward Pennington Gap and St. Charles over in southwest Virginia and Lee County. So, again, keep that in mind. But right now we're focused in on the area right here just to the east of Pineville, spreading up a little farther toward Knox County and even eventually toward Leslie County as it goes through parts of Harlan County there, probably clipping the southern half right there close to the border right around Bledsoe and those areas right there along Pine Mountain. So, again, we're going to continue to watch this, and that warning goes until 5:30. The one behind that, which Jim said most areas should be in the clear, especially back toward Whitley County and most of Bell County, that goes until 5 o'clock here, about 9 more minutes.
So, Pineville, here you are. The storm is out of your town. It's gone. You're still seeing some rain, but it could certainly, probably cause some sort of damage for you. So you're going from Bell, now we're going into Harlan, our new concern, and it looks like that certainly, he's right, it does certainly look like a very small section of Leslie County is going to be under the gun here. And then you go back to Knox County, as I mentioned, it's out of there. Okay, it's gone. It's now into Bell County, and it's moving on into Harlan County and Leslie County. That's the new main thread area you're seeing coming, rolling your way from Stony Fork to Wallens and all the way into the city of Harlan, all of these spots. And just waiting for some new information to come piping into the computer and this algorithm and give it the updated information here for how the storm's going to travel and whether or not you have any little teeny tiny bit of rotation remaining. And obviously there is plenty because it's shifting toward Harlan County and going to try to possibly produce some tornadic activity all the way through, even if it runs up to Everett's, wherever. So we're watching it with active tornado warnings here for just a little while longer. Well, I say a little while, it's not really a little while. It's all day, 5:30.
Yeah,
5:30.
Let's see, about 38 minutes.
Yeah, we got that's a long, long time when you're talking about a life-threatening situation which features the weather, and that is what we have out there right now, my friends, is this tornado warning that could very well be causing all kinds of problems here in eastern sections of Bell County and now trying to cross over into Harlan. Now let's lock it in. Let's go a little tighter. And going into a little more, at least briefly, a little area there where the population becomes a little more spread out. But then it starts to get together again once you get into Harlan and all the many different communities through there and crossing from Bell County. Still not out of Bell County yet as far as what could be what one would consider where the tornadic activity would be embedded. It's not out of Bell County just yet. And for the first time today, I see something I don't usually see, and that's a true TVS. How about that? True signature of a tornado, by the way, for radar, for some information. Now, these pop up from time to time, but let's just look and see how it's got this traveling, and it's got it up to all the way up to 524, and that puts it all the way into Cumberland. Into Cumberland. So, quite the track on that storm, or in that little shot of data that comes in. Again, just like to see what the data suggests when those automatic algorithms start putting all the data together and analyzing what the storm is doing. It gives me the opportunity to throw out a storm track just like that. So again, you got the tornado warning out for all of those areas. and the leading edge now crossing over into Harlan County, but not where it looks like it would be tornadic just yet. What you're going to experience there in Harlan County, at least initially, you're just going to see the strong gusty winds, the straight line type winds, and the lightning and the thunder, and of course the heavy amounts of rain. Not seeing what would be tornadic just yet, because that is still well off to the west, nowhere close to you. It still has a few more miles before it crosses the border. So right now you're just getting the early stages, the preliminary stages of what's happening. And if you haven't been on or you haven't been watching on WYMT or WYMTnews.com, streaming the coverage right now, here's what we're talking about. I'll show you some of those tips for all of those people at home so they can get a better understanding of what they need to do, because, again, we have some new folks involved with the warning. Sometimes you don't pay attention because you're off doing other things, but when it's right there on you, you're like, wait a minute, we need to do some of these things. So get to a basement or the lowest point of your home, interior hallway room on the bottom floor. In the basement, just find yourself something to get under, a sturdy old workbench, a chair, a big table, whatever. Whatever, something big. Sometimes you may want to flip, there's been cases where flip a sofa over your family to where the sofa is protecting you from any falling debris, and you're on the bottom side of it. So and if you're on the bottom floor, get into a hallway, closet somewhere, and you want to stay protected by maybe throwing some blankets on you. Whatever you can get around your body and over your body in a small, tight area like a closet, you want to put it over you so you don't have anything to worry about. Stay away from windows and abandoned mobile homes. This is if you are now in Harlan County, the newest part, and parts of Bell County. But if you're in Harlan County, this is coming for you. You need to take these steps immediately in order to beat the storm to your house before it gets to you, which it's on the way. Brandon.
Exactly. We've got that closest communities, at least the decent-sized communities, right there in Harlan County. You got Wallens Creek. You've got that whole area right there. You go back even further. You get back toward Loyal. You got Harlan coming up there. But right now, the heaviest part of that trying to come through parts of Moelis and crossing over into Harlan County. That's right along 119. So all those areas back from all that into the city of Harlan now will be dealing with that, and then eventually going back toward Everett as well. So we're going to continue to watch that for the next little bit. Rotation being seen on radar with this storm. No reports of funnel clouds, at least at this point. No reports of anything confirmed. We're going to continue to monitor this, and reports of hail still coming in. And some, let's see here. Okay, I got reports of hail still coming in from the other counties, but nothing too major, at least right now, from the cell coming out of Bell into Harlan, at least not in the last few minutes. That's what I'm trying to say. But we've gotten reports out of Barberville earlier of quarter-sized hail, same cell that passed through there. We've gotten reports of a lot of different things rolling through there, heavy winds, heavy rain. So again, we're going to continue to monitor this, and now moving into Harlan County at a pretty good clip, moving east at about 60 miles an hour. And some reports coming in, not on this cell, but from the Martin community of Floyd County. Let's run this real quick. Water over the roads at Arkansas Creek. And then I got a report now from the retired fire chief over at Pineville of dime to quarter-sized hail. So, again, hail being reported with this system. And now you see there by the darker colors that the heaviest bands of rain now trying to move into western sections of Harlan County. Let me take you out here just a little bit, give you a broader view of what we're looking at. But right there, literally, if you live along 119, this is the time to get to a safe spot right now. If you're just joining us, tornado warning for parts of several counties. We are looking at, let's see here. Okay, some new information coming in. The first tornado warning, the one we had behind this for Bell, Knox, and Whitley, was allowed to expire a couple minutes early. Now, this tornado warning here for parts of Bell, Harlan, Knox, and Leslie, that goes until 5:30 this afternoon. So anywhere along 119, 221, back up there toward the line. So you see right there the communities that's going to be affected in the next few minutes. Wallens Creek bearing down on you now. Will Hoyt, Loyal, Baxter, Harlan, all those areas are going to see that here in the next few minutes. Then it's eventually going to get closer to 421, which will take you back toward Bledsoe and back up toward Pine Mountain there in Harlan County as well. So we'll continue to monitor this over the next few minutes. But again, rotation on Doppler, we're seeing that. But again, no reports of any funnel clouds and no reports of any damage from this system right now. It sounds like mainly trees and limbs down, and maybe some hail from the system.
Yeah, so far that seems to be the case, at least at this point, and it's going to keep on trucking as it rolls through probably, I guess, the most populated parts of Harlan County there, period, isn't it? Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, especially once you go past Harlan. Let me take you out just a little bit, because once you go past Harlan, you've got Everett's back over that way, and you've got Verda, and you've got all that area right there, Ross Point, and you go back out a little bit further, you see all that, and that takes you over into parts of Southwest Virginia, and you've got Pennington Gap, which is a pretty good populated community. You've got St. Charles over there. So again, if this continues to move straight east, at this point, we should see that go right through the city of Harlan.
Yeah.
And now, again, part of this tornado warning up this way is for part of Leslie County. So again, you may see some of that go all the way back toward Tots and toward Hiram, and eventually maybe into the southern tip of Cumberland. But again, the biggest part of this storm right now is still down toward Wallens Creek and into Harlan. So again, if this is the time to get into your safe spot right now, a basement is always best, lower point of your home if you don't have that, or an interior hallway or room, and stay away from windows. And as Jim mentioned a while ago, you may not have that basement, but, bathrooms sometimes are built a little more sturdy in spots, especially with all that pipe and all that plumbing. So, again, we've heard stories in recent history, especially with the tornadoes last year, people in their bathtubs and covering their heads. So, again, just find a place to kind of hunker down and where you can be safe. Again, we love to have your reports. We're still checking social media, but again, we don't want you out there getting into the possibility of getting hurt. Try to get that information to us. So just stay down, hunker down. This is the time to be in your safe spot, especially where you're under the gun. And those areas right there, you see Harlan just off in the distance. With this storm moving that fast, it's going to be on your doorstep in minutes.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be there, and it's going to be howling, and it might pack quite a punch. And unfortunately, it might be a tornadic punch. And that's what the great concern is at this point, is could it be producing a tornado? Yes, this storm has had a history of rotation and from all the way back in, I think, Wayne County.
Exactly. It's been out there for a while. Yeah.
It's been rolling across southeastern Kentucky for a long, long time. So now here we go. We're watching the main areas where the zone could be passing through and affecting the largest amount of people through parts of Harlan County. And then you can see even down towards the south, we get some more spinning, which is traditionally where a lot of these storms will try to develop their tornadoes on the southern side. Even if we get that into play, we could also see quite a few people affected by that. Again, I'm just going through the radar here, going through the atmosphere, trying to find all of the necessary information I need to see. There we go. All right. And to see how strong or how potent this storm is. And it has, I will be honest with you, it has lost some of the stronger rain characteristics and some of the hail characteristics here. It's still producing hail. I'm not saying it's not producing hail, but what I am saying is it's not quite as intense as it was earlier. Now, on the other hand, you still have the spinning, the twisting of the winds, the circulation in the atmosphere that you need to have a tornado. We look at a tornado and see how it circulates. That's what I'm talking about. And it's still having at least some favorable conditions for some of that. Right now, Harlan's seeing some heavier rain out toward Baxter, now picking up with the rain intensity here within the last few minutes. And then you go on out to Ross Point. It's all coming in your general direction right now for all of those communities, all of those people that are under the gun here for a tornado warning. So Brandon's over there on Twitter. What new information do you have?
Not much at this point. Again, I think everybody's kind of hunkered down and staying out of the storm, so to speak. So that's good news. See if there's anything from the Weather Service other than there. And let's check our other social media, Facebook here. But again, I don't think we have a whole lot of new information. And that's good in some ways, because that means you're not seeing the widespread immediate damage. So again, if you can report anything to us, please wait to do that in a safe fashion after the storm passes. We definitely don't want you out there right now. But again, checking here, lots of pictures coming in of hail, lots of pictures of damage out of Morgan County. But so far with this system here specifically that's moved across several counties, I've not seen anything of significance to bring to the table. So that's good news. Let's see what else we got here. Let's see. I've got a report out of Williamsburg, which is on the backside of the system. It says strong winds blew some trees down in someone's front yard. Quarter-size hail in parts of Bell County, right there close to Pineville. Pea-sized hail at Moelis, which is right there where this system just went through. Again, approaching now into the city of Harlan, Loyal, Will Hoyt, all those areas back toward Mary Alice, and we're going to continue to see that roll through. City of Everett's eventually will see this back toward the border there with Southwest Virginia, but still at this point, no major reports coming in. That could be good news. So.
Yeah, when you don't see any reports coming in, either people are listening to us and staying away from their computers or their I guess your mobile phone would be fine, especially if it's a smartphone. But as far as that's concerned, that what that means, that certainly means that either the damage isn't happening or people are just not sharing the information, which is fine by me. You stay safe until everything passes. But I just look at all the roads and all the goings-on here on the radar with all the communities there in Harlan County, because you got little pockets. You know, Harlan's one of those unique places where all the old coal camps are, and you've got so many different populated areas that run all throughout the entire county. You know, so Baxter, and you go to Loyal, you go to Harlan, the city of Harlan, out toward Mary Helen. Now we're getting closer to Ross Point. So we're just tracking the front end of this storm is what we're doing, by the way. City of Harlan, you're experiencing some of the worst weather that you're going to experience right now as that the heavy rains and the large hail is coming your way. On the southern end of this storm, we'll also highlight, because again, there could be a spot seeing a lot of the damage as well out there toward Tetersville, Elkham. You've got Farmers Mill. It's headed right in your general direction and maybe right on top of you now. It's moving so fast that as soon as the radar sweep gets around it, it moves a great distance. That's how fast some of these storms have been traveling today. I mean, the 1 minute there where they would be at one point, and the next minute they'd be 5 or 6 miles down the road, rather quickly traveling for one complete rotation around the radar. So that just goes to show you that the storms are changing quickly out there. I mean, quickly. And we've watched this one go from intense. We started watching it. It was pretty strong. Then it got intense. It was really intense. And now it's starting to back off a little bit as far as the classic true signatures of severe weather, looking for the large hail and some of the other issues you run into within some of these thunderstorms. But it is starting to back off at least ever so slightly with that. But again, you got to look at who's being affected here, the city of Harlan and all the way through. And as it moves more toward the east, I mentioned a minute ago, or earlier now, it's been a minute ago, it's probably 30 minutes ago, Brandon, but maybe getting all the way up toward your neck of the woods, at least in some form or fashion. So here we go.
And you see it, at least the outer bands trying to get all the way up toward Tots, which is fairly close to the old hometown, and back up toward Harmony. And you see some heavy rain coming down back toward the city of Cumberland. But the bulk of this system, the part that we're really watching that I think has spawned this tornado warning, is still down right around the city of Harlan and back toward the Southwest Virginia border there over into Lee County. So kind of keeping an eye on that. The good news is it looks like the bulk of this has moved out of Bell County. And Jim, do you agree with that?
Oh, yeah, it's definitely moved out of Bell County.
But see, here's the good news about this. Look at you were talking about the hail possibilities going down. The probability of severe hail with the new update, 10%. Probability of hail in general, 40%. People affected, 86,000, which is still quite a few people, and that's probably taking into account a lot of these areas that are kind of back in there, and coal camps and little communities. You got Black Mountain there. You got a lot of communities that this is going to be affecting in the next few minutes. So again, something to watch. And heavy rain still falling in parts of Bell County. Don't get me wrong there. And basically heavy rain falling across the region. Part of the reason we still have the flash flood watch out here for another about 52 minutes or so. But again, we're going to continue to see the possibilities for that severe weather at least rolling through. It looks like at this point the majority of it is in Harlan County. The warning is out for several counties for parts of Knox, and Bell and
but cleared that area a long time
exactly.
ago. Yeah.
Right now, the main area of concern is down into Harlan County, right there on the city of Harlan.
Right there, yeah. Right there. Let's see if there's the mouse. Yeah, you can see it now. Harlan County still. That's the main area of concern. Now, everybody else, you're in the clear. You're seeing some rain, yes, but as far as what was possibly producing tornadic activity in your neighborhood, no, that's long gone. That's out in Harlan County, and it's moving through the city of Harlan right now and several other populated areas. So a big chunk of Harlan County being covered up.
Here, speaking of Harlan, city of Harlan, the EM director over in Harlan County, David McGill, reporting in the chat here, dime-sized hail in the city of Harlan. So that's consistent with what we're seeing here on
with our data, and that's good news, because I'm starting to try to downplay the hail situation, because the information that we're provided with here from the radar looks like it's losing its intensity. So when you hear a dime-size report, that's a report.
But that's smaller than what we've seen all day long, so it's losing some intensity. Another report here from Bell County, around 10-yard hail of quarter-size hail. This is from the same system. So you went from quarter to dime, so you're getting smaller automatically right there. So it seems to be at this point losing some of its intensity, which is good news as it gets ready to, looks like, drift out of Kentucky at some point here in the near future.
And what many may believe, they may say, hey, you know, it's going into Harlan County. You got some of the highest mountains in all of Kentucky, and then the highest mountain in Kentucky. Oh, is that affecting the storm? It could be, as far as some of the way the winds are flowing around, but as far as truly disrupting the development of any tornadic activity, that cannot be proven, because, again, I mentioned this earlier, tornadoes can go over those mountains. They can travel up one side, down the other. So it does, I do believe, through things that I've read and through research through the years here, watching these storms roll through Kentucky, and especially in these counties, it does kind of change the way the winds flow, and can also aid in spinning up tornadic activity. I know that was the case a couple of years ago, back in, I guess it was 2010, in Middlesboro, when they had a small tornado.
You're right.
The way it came in out of one of the hollows over there, and just the way the uniqueness of the terrain around the winds were, it spun up the tornado. And so, yes, it can have some variable in the overall forecast and the overall handling of how some of these storms produce their severe weather. But right now, watching for Mary Helen, Bob's Creek, Everts, all of these locations, you're seeing the heavy rain, you're experiencing the lightning, and some smaller hail now, which is some wonderful news coming in from the EM director over there in Harlan County. Now, we're just waiting to see what happens next with some of the loss of intensity in the storm. Will it be enough to keep a tornado warning out for the rest of the duration? Maybe, hopefully, it will get canceled.
Well, let me update you this. I just literally got this. National Weather Service Morristown just picked it up, and new tornado warning out for Wise and Lee counties in Virginia. So as it passes over into the new National Weather Service office, they are going to keep it in effect, and that's until 5:45.
So there you go. So they're still seeing some characteristics there of the rotation as it heads on into the more, again, we're into the mountainous areas here. And just to kind of back up what I said a minute ago, it keeps on going. It keeps on going and heading out toward parts of
into middle Harlan County, and then over eventually into Lee County, Virginia. So again, we're going to continue to watch this over the next few minutes. Now, the National Weather Service, obviously, we just said over in Morristown, has picked it up over for Lee and Wise County, Virginia. But at this point, again, we're seeing some of the characteristics starting to really lose some intensity. So again, we're going to continue to watch this again. Just in the past few minutes, last 10, 15 minutes, and again, the storm is moving at a good clip, 60 miles an hour to the east. We're seeing from quarter-sized hail in Bell County to dime-sized hail from the EM director in Harlan County and in the city of Harlan. So you're obviously losing some of the hail characteristics with it, and it looks like we're starting to lose some of the intensity. And again, it could. Again, the folks in Morristown think that it warrants the warning to continue. Right. So again, we'll continue to watch it until we get through here.
Well, it's still picking up on the data there.
Right, exactly. And now new data from the National Weather Service. Tornado warning for Bell, Knox, and Leslie canceled, which we suspected that. And tornado warning continues for Harlan until 5:30.
Until 5:30. So we're still looking at 17 minutes, somewhere around there for the actual warning. Okay. All right, let's back things up here just a little bit and see what we have as far as the warning is concerned. As Brandon mentioned, they picked it up over in Virginia, so the tornado warning will continue for those folks
But in Harlan County, again, losing the true characteristics of heavy rain, all of that, but still some indication on Doppler radar that we're still seeing the rotation. So the rotation is what matters here. That's what keeps that alive. Again, the only thing that matters in this wording is Harlan County, by the way, because everybody else dropped off of the forecast or the warning forecast here. So again, you're gone. You don't have to worry about it now. You're just dealing with some general rainfall, maybe moderate rainfall from time to time. So Harlan County up until 5:30. Maybe the hail threat is starting to diminish a little bit, but you're still picking up on some strong gusty winds, no doubt about that, in Harlan County as it's passing through Everett's, all the way down into almost into Virginia at this point as far as some of the rainfall is concerned. And that's where it's headed. It's generally going to track off toward the east here over the next 15 minutes and be moving out of eastern Kentucky and on into Virginia. So let me just throw a quick little storm track out here for you. Take you over the next we've got 22 minutes out. And there you see Black Mountain, Rutherford, and Clover Fork, all within the path of that storm up until about 5:26. Still about 8,000 people affected right around it with that storm that, again, still had the potential to extend a warning. It still had the potential to extend the warning, so there's at least enough rotation left inside this storm that people there in Harlan County need to still get into their safe spot and stay there for a few more minutes until the rain and all the storms have passed, which is coming. It's coming, trust me. But we'll just have to wait a little more time on that. Now getting out there toward Bob's Creek again, Mary Helen, just some of those spots that we were mentioning earlier. Now it's right on them. And now you look back here toward Wallens and out toward Loyal and Baxter and Harlan. This area now, generally in the clear. I mean, speaking as far as the severe weather or the really, really intense activity is concerned, it's gone. But it's still out there in other parts of the county where the rotation could still likely be located here this afternoon. We're just about to get into the true evening hours here. But I think maybe the atmosphere is going to get a good enough workout this go-around. Maybe a lot of the latter activity that may have been expected could go away. Let me just go ahead and flip it to eastern Kentucky. I mean, yeah, you still have some storms lining up on the backside. Nothing like we were seeing earlier. We'll get some of the other radar data sweeping in. I mean, it's all over the place. You know, just some hit and miss showers and some thunderstorms here and there. So the bulk of the activity still holding on here in southeastern Kentucky, but that main line is pushing through. But there could still be some more development. What are we looking at out here across Arkansas?
But the good news is with that, while you're checking that, we haven't seen a new warning, even severe thunderstorm warning out west past our warnings we have. And I think maybe that might be the only one we have left in the Harlan County warning. Maybe unless we have a severe thunderstorm warning, but still.
I don't think we.
I think Harlan County is the one we got left. But you haven't seen anything for the rest of Kentucky. So I mean, that just goes to show you that we're going to see that continue to roll on out of here. But again, like you said, the cold front getting ready to move through here in the next few hours, or getting ready to start moving through here in the next few hours. So again, still some possibilities there, but
it could at least work the atmosphere over just enough to maybe diminish the threat to some degree. To some degree, at least. I'm going to flip around again here and pull some of the radar data down and pull more radar data up on the screen. I am taking now the radar out of Morristown, Tennessee, and not seeing much in the way of terrible weather or terrible radar imagery coming back. Jackson's still the main radar here holding the best overall analysis of the entire storm there in Harlan County, which is set to expire at 5:30. So again, we're about 12 minutes away from 5:30 finally getting here, and us being able to get away from some of the severe weather activities, because again, I think we're going to go through a bit of a calm period after we get past this particular storm that's in Harlan County. And I'll tell you what, it just keeps weakening. There's probably still some, at least some rotation embedded within the storm, but again, it just gets weaker and weaker every time I see a radar sweep come around, losing a lot of the real, anything really, to be honest with you, other than some heavy or moderate rainfall in some cases over there.
And we know for a fact that it was losing those characteristics earlier. Got
Right.
one little intense part of it now moving just past Cumberland and in toward Partridge there, close to the Letcher and Harlan County line. So you got another intense section of the cell, and that's going to be moving.
That's the part that's going to go into Wise County, Virginia.
So we got
Yep.
some of that intense stuff just left over there.
So basically, after you get out of eastern Kentucky, you've got Norton, you've got Wise, you've got Big Stone Gap, you've got Appalachia, St. Charles, and Pennington Gap. Those are the communities, the bigger communities that will be affected in the parts of Lee and Wise counties here in the next little bit, and that warning goes up to 5:45. But at this point, unless there's some redevelopment this morning here, until 5:30.
Yeah, we should be in pretty good shape. I'm really hoping that something happens soon here with this situation. I think it's calmed down quite a bit, just according to all the data. Everything textbook-wise is starting to come apart and not look like it once did, which was rather intense there for a while, especially with that storm, because it's tracked all over the place. From, again, Wayne County when we first started paying attention to it, or actually I believe it was beyond Wayne County when we first truly started paying attention to it until now. So it has swept almost due east, honestly, it looks like, from Wayne all the way into Harlan County. What a nasty, nasty storm. This has been one of many that has been really rolling through Kentucky today. We had the other, of course, in Morgan County, tons and tons of damage, it looks like, coming in from over there, receiving pictures from there. And as Brandon mentioned, got a reporter also heading over to that situation and trying to get new video for us at 6 o'clock, which we're closing in on that 6 o'clock news right now. It's 5:20. So we'll be getting closer and closer to that, and hopefully have a complete report of all kinds of different aspects of what's happened with the severe weather here today. We talked about, well, there's some structural damage in Williamsburg.
It doesn't say where, though. It just says that between a little after 4 and 4:30. But it says thunderstorm wind damage, structural damage, but it doesn't say exactly where or what happened. But it's in Williamsburg.
Let's say Williamsburg, though, and for good reason. They had,
Right.
they had the core of that storm really just blast right through the downtown area. And I had some text messages a little while ago from a friend of mine down there. She said that, yeah, it's just terrible down here. So now we're watching the storm move on into Harlan County and other places. It's just moved, sweeping straight across southeastern Kentucky here this afternoon and going into the evening hours. But again, it's beginning to wrap up to some degree. Literally watching it fall apart. I'd love to see some new information, maybe the bringing down of the warning, because again, I'm not seeing any characteristics here of the true severe weather. Not right now.
Right.
Unless there's just something that we're not seeing, maybe higher up, embedded in the storm of some other rotation factor.
But if nothing changes, this warning out for another about 8 minutes here until 5:30 for Harlan County only. That's the only warning we have left, except for the flash flood warning.
Right.
It goes out till 8 o'clock for several counties, and then we've got the flash flood watch until 6 o'clock, so about 37 more minutes or so on that one. And then you've got the tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, plenty of time left now. I'm really wondering what's going to happen with that tornado watch. I haven't been able to look at it because I've been on this computer, but I'm going to look and see what's going on in the atmosphere. I'm going to see how they feel about the tornado watch. Whether it's going to stay up a lot longer or what's going to happen here. So I'm going to get over to the Storm Prediction Center and see what the latest is on the watch situation.
You're checking that. Well, look, basically what you're seeing here is let's take you out to eastern Kentucky here real quick, because, I mean, at this point we're looking at some heavier bands of rain coming through and possibility for some stronger storm, but that's really about it. There's a sail up here toward the Mountain Parkway and back toward Campton that looks a little more defined than it did a few minutes ago, but still no warnings on that one. That's back up toward parts of Morgan County again, so that's an area that's already been hard hit today, so we definitely don't want to see anything come through that area again today. We're going to continue to watch that, and again, we have a reporter up there, but this back up toward Lee City and Lower Gilmore. Again, no warnings on this system. That's up toward parts of Wolf and into parts of Morgan counties, again back over toward the Big Sandy region, showers and maybe a few storms still rolling through, and we're going to continue to watch. The bulk of this, the last thing we have here, is really backed into parts of Harlan and Letcher counties, and that's just some heavy rain. The tornado warning still out for Harlan County here until 5:30 here in about about 6 minutes now. But the bulk of this system now trying to move into parts of southwest Virginia. We will continue to monitor that here for the next few minutes. A tornado warning issued for Wise and Lee counties over into southwest Virginia. That runs until 5:45, so really not a whole lot of time past what the Harlan County storm warning runs from. So again, National Weather Service in Morristown picking that up as opposed to National Weather Service in Jackson, who does most of the work in our area. So again, right there, if you're along 119 between probably Partridge, Eola, going back toward Whitesburg, right up on top of Whitesburg Mountain, heavy rain coming down, probably a pretty good downpour, possibility for hail, possibility for a stronger storm there. But for the most part, just some heavier bands of rain moving across parts of Harlan County. Now, the cell down here that may still be showing a little bit of, or the part of the cell that may be showing just a little bit of rotation, still possible back down toward Everett's, going back into getting close to southwest Virginia there. Let's take a look at that real quick. And what we're looking at there, that's back toward the communities of, let's see, back toward Disney, just to the south of that. Let's see if we can put some roads in here for you. That is Little Black Lookout Tower Road. And then we've got, what's this road? That's Highway 568. To kind of give you an idea, that's where some of that heaviest rain still coming down at as we head through in here into the, going through the 5 o'clock hour here. So again, situation starting to get just a little bit weaker here across parts of Harlan County, at least with the tornado warning. We're going to continue to see that roll into parts of southwest Virginia. And again, let me take you back out to the big picture, because just kind of give you an idea of where all of the showers and storms are still rolling through the area.
I'm really curious about what's going to happen here. Nothing really being mentioned over here with the Storm Prediction Center. I highly suspect that a lot of this watch will start to disappear. I know we'll go through 9 o'clock, but there's just not much materializing out there behind the system. A couple of showers and thunderstorms, yes, but as far as the main widespread nonstop tornadic threat, I do think that we're going to be in pretty decent shape here, Brandon, at least for the next couple of hours at the very least. But as far as some back building or anything, maybe the bulk of it could just get on out of southeastern Kentucky.
Here comes some damage reports. We're finally starting to get a few in, Jimmy, from Jackson over in Breathitt County. Roof partially blown off of a house, porch damage. That's on Robinson Branch Road. In Pulaski County, several structures damaged behind Valley View Supermarket. Remember, that's where we thought we might have had the funnel cloud or the tornado on the ground, but that wasn't confirmed. And also in the Dabney area, trees down and some structural damage in the intersection of 39 and 635. So again, Pulaski County was one of the areas that a funnel cloud was reported in by a spotter, and possibly by reaching the ground, touching the ground at times, so, or getting close to that. So that the possibility is there too. So we're going to continue to watch that. And the tornado warning just allowed to expire for Harlan County.
Okay, so there you have it. The tornado warning now allowed to expire, and probably should have been canceled a little bit earlier. It started weakening rather quickly, but still the threat was there for a little while. Got some stronger stuff coming through Bell County, just north of Pineville, up toward parts of Letcher County, at least the southern sections, down around the southwestern corner. I'll go a little closer real quick, just getting you up to date. Nothing severe here, and we're going to cut to 27 News First here in just a moment. But Partridge, Oven Fork, these places seeing some of decent rainfall, but as far as severe weather, nothing active anywhere in eastern Kentucky. No severe thunderstorm warnings here. And you still see the warning active, but it has been allowed to expire. Just the computer needs to catch up with the data. So there you see, things are finally getting quiet around here, at least for now. And maybe the threat goes away for a while here later on tonight, but we will try to get back into the swing of things coming up maybe on Friday with more potential headed toward southeastern Kentucky. All right, we're going to get you to 27 News First, or maybe a commercial break here. So we'll have you that, and then, of course, we'll have much more coming up on WYMT Mountain News at 6.